Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone joining us from across the globe. Welcome to the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants International Consultants Day 2026. We have several innovators, leaders, and pioneers logging in today from across the world. Whether you are sipping your morning coffee in Barbados or wrapping up your workday in Australia, or joining us from the comfort of your home office, we are absolutely thrilled to have you here. My name is Charmaine Gravesandy, and I'm the Vice President of the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants, or CIMC for short. I'm your host and Master of Ceremonies for today's virtual experience. While we might be separated by screens and mouths, over the next 4 hours, the digital space is where the future of AI is going to be shaped. This year's theme is Next Gen Frontiers, Architecting the Digital Tomorrow. But before we begin, there are a few housekeeping matters. We're using the Ring Central platform this year, and we hope that you will enjoy the experience. We would like you to watch today's proceedings in the stage area. There are some other areas throughout the event that you will be able to go to, and that will be the expo booths and the networking area. But for the most part of the event, we would like you to be watching us on the stage. Before we begin, we usually give thanks for being here. And I'm going to hand over to Dr. Joan Reed for our invocation.
Thank you and good morning. Today I share with you a prayer on this our International Consultants Day. Lord, as we approach you as our God, our Creator, and our friends, we, each of us, come with our own perspectives and talents. We want to invite your presence with us on this International Consultants Day, asking for wisdom, unity, guidance in our presentations, discussions, and decisions. Help us to appreciate the diversity among us and unite us in our common goals. We ask that you surround us with your spirit, calm our hearts, allay our fears. Be with this organization. We thank you for those who once journeyed with us and are no longer with us. Be with those mourning the loss of loved ones. Please help us to focus as we remove distractions, pride, and anxiety, so that every conversation is centered on our purpose for being here. May this gathering reflect your wisdom and love. May your presence strengthen our unity and focus, illuminating our minds with understanding and insight so that we can make right decisions. Please help us to discern rightly, speak thoughtfully, and approach each discussion with humility. so that every outcome will reflect your perfect wisdom. We pray. Amen.
Thank you, Joan. And now we will be starting the morning's proceedings. We will first have a presentation from the chairman of the International Council of Management Organizations, and also known as CMC Global. We will then have the opening greetings from our president, Mr. Ronnie Antonius, and then we'll have greetings from our main sponsor, Ms. Allison Francis of the Caribbean Development Bank.
Good day and warmest greetings from ICMCI to each and every one of you joining the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants for your International Consultants Day Conference. I'm sorry I can't be with you today, but I'm officiating at ICMCI's official Global ICD webinar right now. And that tells us something right there, because the world's consulting community is so active, so vibrant, and so full of things to say that one meeting just isn't enough to cover it all. But I'm delighted to be able to send you my greetings this way and to express my appreciation for everything that CIMC does within the ICMCI community. Your theme, Next Gen Frontiers, Architecting the Digital Tomorrow Through AI Innovation, could not be more timely. In our own global ICD this year, we're exploring the storm conditions that every consultant is navigating: geopolitical turbulence, economic volatility, sustainability pressures, and the seismic impact of AI on how we work, how we think, and what clients expect from us. AI is not a future consideration. It is a present reality, reshaping the consulting landscape with extraordinary speed. The question is no longer whether consultants will use AI, but how we use it, responsibly, transparently, and in a way that enhances rather than erodes the human judgment our clients depend on. ICMCI has today published an AI use code for the profession and made it freely available to every management consultant, because we believe that in an unregulated profession, self-imposed standards and codes of conduct are not optional niceties. They are the very foundations of client trust. Management consulting remains one of the few major professional disciplines without statutory regulation. Anyone can call themselves a consultant. That makes what you do and what ICMCI and CIMC stand for more important than ever. The Certified Management Consultant designation, the CMC, is our answer to the trust gap. It signals competence demonstrated across the 6 domains of professional practice: ethical conduct bound by a mandatory code, and commitment to ongoing development. In my conversations with consultants and clients around the world, from Vienna to Beijing, from Barbados to Brisbane, I hear the same thing. In a world of noise and disruption, clients are looking for professionals they can trust. Agility matters, precision matters, and the standards that underpin both matter more than ever. CIMC is a valued and respected member of our global family, and the Caribbean's consulting community plays a vital role in a region that faces some of the world's most complex development challenges: climate vulnerability, digital transformation, economic resilience. You're not bystanders in the great consulting conversation. You are practitioners on the front line, and your insights and experience enrich all of us. I'm also delighted that we're able to share your conference flyer across the ICMCI network. The more we connect, the stronger our profession becomes. I know you have an outstanding program ahead of you today. The conversations you will have about AI strategies, digital risk, and the opportunities emerging at the frontier of consulting profession are exactly the conversations our clients need us to be having. I encourage you to engage fully, challenge each other, and take away ideas that you can put to work immediately. Your speakers today are tackling the questions that define our professional moment. Listen carefully, ask questions, and carry the energy of today back into your practices and your client relationships. That, after all, is what International Consultants Day is for. Not just to celebrate what we do, but to recommit to doing it brilliantly. On behalf of ICMCI's member institutes, all of them, and the tens of thousands of CMCs around the world, I wish CIMC a wonderful, stimulating, and impactful conference. Thank you to the entire CIMC team for the work in arranging today. And thank you to CIMC for your commitment to the profession and your continued partnership with ICMCI. Happy International Consultants Day. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world are joining us from today. On behalf of the Caribbean Institute of Management Consulting, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to this year's International Consultants Day webinar. To our distinguished guests, our returning CIMC members, and those joining us for the first time, you are warmly and wholeheartedly welcome. Today, as we gather under the banner of Next Gen Frontiers, Architecting the Digital Tomorrow through AI Innovation, and I would say this is not merely a theme, it is a call to action. As management consultants, we are sitting at the intersection of strategy, technology, and human transformation. And perhaps at no point in history has that intersection been more consequential, more complex, more full of possibility than it is right now. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our entire industries, from healthcare to finance to education to governance and beyond. For our region, the Caribbean, this revolution represents a unique opportunity. We have the opportunity to leapfrog our legacy limitations, our inherited limitations, to architect solutions built for our context and our communities, and to position ourselves as active contributors, not merely consumers of, but to the global digital economy. Let us be clear. Innovation without responsibility is not progress. It is a risk. As we architect this digital tomorrow, we must do so on a foundation of unwavering ethical standards. The data we collect, the systems we design, and the recommendations we make carry real consequences for real people. Data protection and privacy are not bureaucratic obligations. They are fundamental rights. We need to respect that. Every AI system we build or advise or on or must treat personal information with the dignity it deserves, in full compliance with evolving national and international frameworks. Equally, cybersecurity must be woven into the fabric of every digital solution, not just something that's spiked on the back end. And in the landscape of growing cyber threats, we as consultants bear the responsibility to guide our clients towards resilient architectures that protect not just their data, but their trust. You know, with consulting, it is all about trust. And AI ethics must guide every decision, from the data sets we feed our models to the biases we actively work to detect and eliminate, to the transparency we owe to the communities our solutions affect. Today's conversations, keynotes, and collaborative sessions will challenge us to think bigger, act bolder, and build better. We will hear from brilliant minds about the frontiers already taking shape and about the guardrails we must establish to ensure those frontiers serve all of humanity, not just a privileged few. To every participant here, your presence matters. Your questions, your insight, your lived experiences in consulting rooms across the Caribbean and beyond, they are the raw material for the future we are here to build together. Let us begin. Let us think boldly, consult consult responsibly, and architect a digital tomorrow worthy of the communities we serve. We now welcome you to the International Consultant Day 2026. Thank you very much.
Good morning and happy International Consultants Day. On behalf of the Caribbean Development Bank, I'm really pleased to welcome all consultants. They started with good morning, good afternoon, good night, whichever part of the world that you are. For the Caribbean Development Bank, the support to the management consultants we see as very important as we move forward and to help us as a bank to achieve our strategic objectives. In our project, which we speak of enhancing the capacity and competitiveness of management consultants, professionals in the Caribbean, we are very pleased to see this conference today as we move into this new digital dimension, digital world. The importance of management consultants cannot be underscored. I know I'm preaching to the converted already, but to get you into that space in a system where AI is there, it's not something coming, it is here, it's not something that we can shy away from. So this conference this morning, looking at architecting the digital tomorrow through AI and innovation, is really important. And the bank is really pleased to continue to support the management consultants within the Caribbean to develop that capacity, makes you more efficient, more effective. As we are here in our annual meeting of the bank, there are so many discussions being taken place about how we can utilize AI. We talk about our energy resilience. For the bank, it's about social, economic, environmental resilience. But what we also recognize is the importance of the digital dimension, importance of even AI in reducing the time frame for which we take to procure business, time frame for which we can take to develop projects and to be more effective, to more efficient. So I'm really pleased that the management consultants today are looking at the issues of architecting the digital tomorrow and through AI and innovation. So as you continue your deliberations today, as you go forward today, again, happy International Consultants Day, and I wish you success. Said by the representative from the International Management Consultants, as we learned today, is shared with others, and I hope there's a lot of networking and sharing, and you build on each other. So thank you very much, and the Caribbean Development Bank is really pleased to continue to support the management consultants in the Caribbean. Have a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. And now We are get ready for our thank you, Allison. And now we are get ready for thank you, Allison. And now we are okay. Okay, get ready for our morning's proceedings. We'll start out with our keynote address by Mr. Christopher Reckord, and then we'll move into Dr. Claire Nelson with her presentation. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Alison Gadahar Foster from St. Lucia, and she will be introducing Mr. Reckord.
Thank you, Charmaine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to fellow consultants, to all of you listening on this platform. It is indeed my pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Mr. Christopher Reckord. Christopher is a leading voice in digital transformation, AI strategy, and public-private sector innovation across the Caribbean. He currently serves the government of Jamaica in several national leadership roles, including Deputy Chairman of the ICT Authority and of the National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, as well as Chairman of the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force. Chris also serves as Deputy Chairman of the newly formed Caribbean AI Task Force, Commissioner on the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission, and he serves as a member of the Gastronomy Network under the Ministry of Tourism. In the private sector, Chris chairs the Innovation and Digital Transformation Committee of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, PSOJ, and he's deeply involved in scaling digital readiness among Caribbean businesses. A former teacher turned tech CEO turned business operating systems coach. He is also co-owner of the Cellar 8 Wine Bar Bistro in Kingston. His passion for wine education complements his work as an independent wine consultant with Divine Wine Services. Chris brings over 4 decades of experience to the table, helping governments, boards, and businesses navigate the evolving intersection of technology, trust, and transformation. Also, Chris is the co-author of a recently published book entitled Successful Digital Transformation: Your World, Your Business, Your Life, Reimagine. And so it is our pleasure to gift you with the wisdom of Christopher Reckord. Thank you. It is our pleasure to gift you with the wisdom of Christopher Reckord. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that wonderful introduction. I was saying to my fellow team members here that, oh man, they didn't have to talk about the restaurant part. But anyway, it is what it is. It shows I guess it reveals my neurodivergence in my life, having so many different interests. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the organization for inviting me to speak on this very, very important topic. One thing that happened yesterday evening though is early in the week, I completed my presentation. I did my little run-throughs. You know, my wife is always my demonstration when I test these things. So what my initial talk was going to be on was going to be a little bit, I was pulling some insights from my book. But more importantly, I was pulling some insights from this book by the name of Exponential Organization 2.0, which was written about 3 years ago, that talks about what new organizations in this age of technology, more importantly, exponential technology, was going to be like. But then about 8 o'clock last night, something happened that had me go back to the drawing board, redo slides, thank God for AI, and redo everything up until 1 a.m. this morning. And I realized that EY is a sponsor here. I took part in an EY survey about, I'm not too sure how long now, it's been a while, and someone from EY maybe can chime in and tell me how long the survey was. But yesterday they released the survey. And when I got the survey, it's their EY Caribbean AI Leadership Sentiment Survey. When I went through the survey, I went through every page, I said, but I can't go with my original presentation anymore. I have to use the data from this because this aligns 100% with the topic that I was invited to speak about. So ladies and gentlemen, here goes. Unrehearsed, unplanned, let's go. So AI governance in the age of digital transformation is the topic of my new presentation written last night. And I found it super interesting because I was also part of the survey. So 239 Caribbean leaders across 13 territories, including C-suite, board members, permanent secretaries, managing directors, people like you were part of this survey. And what did it tell us? It told us that 85% of those surveyed comfortable using AI tools at work and in their daily life. 17% feel prepared and understand the implications in their organization. 26% have clarity around how AI is governed in their organization. And 32% said that the organization is transparent about AI-driven decisions. And what's super interesting is that there is this difference between those using it, you realize 85% there, and then the 17% feeling prepared and ready to lead and adopt it, right? Now, 26% know who in the organization is accountable for it. So interestingly enough, as any good consulting organization will do is create a number of terminologies and new words to describe all the things in their findings. So one of the things they did, they call this a 3-speed problem. So this 3-speed problem speaks to some gaps. And this is very interesting because, again, fully aligns with the topic of our discussion today. So the contradiction, the question is whether, is AI will change your clients? It already has. The question is whether will they navigate the change or be navigated by the change? So when I sat and thought long and hard about all the various things that were important, I said to myself, but I'm talking to consultants. If I'm talking to consultants, you folks are in the field doing this daily. And so one of my opening remarks initially was going to be around the consultant who is excellent with all their processes, with all of their techniques, versus a consultant who goes in and sits with the organization and tries to learn the organization before making any suggestions and recommendation. So there's this difference, and this difference also comes out from some of the findings that these guys spoke about. So I'm going to just try to bridge a gap with all what's going on here and see if we can actually make sense of all of this. So this 3-speed problem talks about AI adoption, leadership confidence, and governance clarity. Every presentation that I've done over the past year, I ask folks to put up their hand who's using AI in the organization. Usually there's always a delay, there's always a gap, there's always concern, but more and more people are getting confident to actually put up their hand to actually confess that they're using it. But there's a risk. The risk is, as the slide talks about the governance clarity, is that they're using tools that they quote unquote own, because most people are using free versions of the tools. So they are now putting in your customers' data inside of tools that are now being trained on that customer data. That is a governance issue, and that's something that has to be discussed and has to be really and truly considered in these organizations. So when I'm asked for lots of recommendations around what to do, I usually go a little bit deep and start sharing about the various models that are out there, because a lot of this time when we're talking about AI is really we're talking about the various chatbots and the large language models, for example, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Grok. You know, when I bring up certain models that people have never heard of it before, there are hundreds of these models out there. And what's also possible that not all the people know and understand is that you can actually download open source models to put on your machine and train it on your own data. So there's a wide, vast cross-section of activities that are happening there. So one of the things that I wanted to also just have us think about, talking about the consultant who's selling information versus the consultant who is sitting down in the organization trying to figure out where in the organization should this technology be implemented and where it should not be implemented. So the most efficient consultant versus the irreplaceable consultant, who's at risk? If you take a look at what I put on the screen, the most efficient consultant built a practice on producing faster, cleaner, more comprehensive reports than anybody else. Guess what has happened? AI has now made all of that practically free. You can sit down and you can put in all your company's information, which you're not supposed to, but you can put in all your company's information, ask all the questions that you don't want to ask the consultant, and then all of a sudden you have that report. But the AI cannot walk into a boardroom, understand the nuance of the moods of all the persons and the personalities, change the temperature of the room, knows which question to ask when everybody else is asking the wrong one. AI cannot do that. That consultant is a consultant that we want to celebrate. That consultant is a consultant that we want to ensure that they understand that specific role. So regional right now, before I talk about regional, let me just also talk about when I also ask in the various rooms, because similar to the EY doing the survey, I kind of did a little bit of survey on my own as I do these talks that I do almost weekly now. It used to be monthly, but almost every week I have a discussion, a kind of a workshop with respect to AI, helping organizations and where the risks are and where's governance. So the leadership that was surveyed, personas, cautious, optimistic, 53%, tech, I need to be able to squint and read this, tech champions, 20%, and you have the passive bystanders, way at the end. And so we find that in every room, there's this difference of appreciation and understanding. I did a presentation just 2 days ago to the integrity commissioners from all the Caribbean countries. And let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, that room was, and I should not have been surprised, but I was a little surprised when one or two of the commissioners were pushing back on the use of AI. Discussions of typewriters came up in the conversation. There are some people that actually fear this thing. They really and truly fear it. So we have to kind of, figure out how do we guide, how do we ensure that we take these people off the ledge? And I guess this is some of the jobs of what a lot of you are helping organizations do right now. Now, in terms of regional, Jamaica has a national AI task force. We were initially constituted in 2023, where the job that we were given by the Office of the Prime Minister was to come up with the recommendations as to what an AI policy for the country would look like. We completed that project on time, and we handed that to the Prime Minister within the year as they requested. We were again constituted in the middle of 2024. It was the end of 2024. And this time, UNESCO was coming in to do what they call their readiness assessment methodology. And the readiness assessment methodology was done on the entire country. And the AI task force, our job was to oversee and help where all the gaps were, made sure that they were talking to the right people. We completed that project on time. And I think we were one of the first Caribbean countries, if not the first, there might have been one before, to actually complete the readiness assessment. I say this smiling when I'm talking to a Caribbean audience, because I did see some Caribbean countries having massive launches around being the first to do the report. And they were just launching the report. I haven't even started the report yet. And I had to, quietly send a message to my colleagues to say, please see attached a copy of our report, which has been completed and released by UNESCO. So we actually had the launch for that recently. And I met my colleagues in Trinidad, and I realized that Trinidad, they have AI governance in a number of areas. They even have a minister with responsibility for AI, which is fantastic. The Barbados have AI readiness in their national development strategy, and CTU, the Caribbean AI task force, is working on developing plans. So we had actually released an interim plan that spoke to some rules and guidelines around ethics and governance and all of that. So in understanding where we are in the Caribbean, I jumped back to take a peek, because the EY report was on Caribbean leaders. They have something they refer to, the 3 big shifts that need to happen to fix some of these challenges that you have. Your clients need to make, and you need to understand the 3 big shifts. And what are these 3 big shifts? So we talk about from information asymmetry to interpretation asymmetry, right? Before you know things, your client didn't. Access to frameworks, research, benchmarks. And now your client can ask AI the same very questions that they're going to ask you. So as consultants, I think we need to be crystal clear as to the value that we are going to be delivering in this new age of AI, right? Massively important. One of the things that I originally wanted to speak about was doing a quick look at what the name Jack Dorsey should be familiar to most people, what he did recently with his organization, where he came into the organization and said goodbye to 40 to 50% of his staff. That's 4,000 people. Why? Because he's now implementing AI inside of the organization, in the center of the organization, to where a lot of those people will be shifting and making recommendations. So the whole idea and concept here is, where do we now add value? How we're actually doing this? So traditional consulting was built on an advantage. You know things your client didn't. That is gone. Your client can ask AI the same questions, right? What still matters is interpretation. The UI study confirms precisely only 26% of Caribbean leaders report clarity around AI governance, and only 32% says that their organization are transparent around AI-driven decisions. Right? They have access to the same global data as you. Why they don't access your judgment about what it means for them? So there has to be some work. The Caribbean example, when a government ministry asks, is our data protection legislation AI ready? AI can summarize the GDPR, the Singapore's regulations, Rwanda's regulations. Only you can tell them whether their public sector capacity can enforce it and whether it is applicable for them. So it's massively important that we all have an understanding of where we provide value versus not. From risk avoidance to risk navigation, the EY study reveals something very striking. Caribbean leaders widely recognize AI risk. About 70% see the risk clearly, but only 40% to 45% feel confident actually raising these concerns. That's a 20 to 30 point gap between awareness and ability to act on awareness. So your clients are seeing the risk, they just don't feel equipped to surface them. And sadly, that silence is expensive. look, board and governments know, board and governments are not drowning in the lack of risk awareness. They are drowning in risk frameworks that cannot be operationalized. Every international body has published one. Your clients don't need another list of risk. They need someone who can help them make a decision in the presence of the risk, which is a fundamental different skill. In the Caribbean context, it's even more urgent. Our institutions are smaller, our regulatory capacity is thinner, and the cost of getting AI governance wrong in public trust, in investment confidence, is proportionally much higher. So, from delivering answers to designing better questions, the study also found that 74% of Caribbean leaders identified awareness building and effective education as their top barrier to developing AI skills, followed by an inadequate operational policy or strategy at 71%. Your clients already know what they need. They need education that is contextual, not generic, right? They need policy that fits their institution and not a downloaded template. The most powerful thing AI has done for consulting is make bad questions more expensive. When any question can be answered in seconds, the bottleneck is no longer the answer. It is to qualify the question. The consultant in the AI era is above all a question architect. I was on stage recently with a leader from an organization called Intellibus, where we were asking, what's the future? And he said on stage, Mr. Edwards, he said, if you are the person in the room who are to answer the questions, you have a problem. You need to look for a new job. But if you're the person in the room who's going to be asking, if you're the question asker, you're okay. You don't need to worry. So 5 practical actions that I think everyone needs to consider before we depart today. Number 1, audit your value proposition. List the 5 things clients pay for, then ask, could AI do that in under a minute? If the answer is yes, for 3 or more, you're not in trouble yet, but you will be. The data shows that your clients are already using AI for drafting, research, analysis, and decision support. If that is also the core of your deliverable, you need to move upstream fast. The audits tell you where. Number 2, become your client's AI governance architect. Right? The study gives you the next service line in plain language. Only 26% of Caribbean leaders have clarity around how AI is governed. Only 32% say that AI decisions are transparent in their organization. 58% say that the organization treats AI ethics as a priority, but no structure to act on it. That is a governance gap so large you could build an entire practice around it. Not technology implementation, governance design, accountability frameworks, responsible use policies, board-level AI literacy, ethical review processes, and position yourself as the architect, not the installer. Very important. Build AI fluency, AI human fluency. My sister is a leadership coach, and for those who don't know, we're actually sitting here physically in the PSOJ. We recently actually did an event for PSOJ where the message was, how do we now lead in an AI human team? How that leadership looks, who does what, very, very important. AI expertise, you do not need to become a data scientist though, right? The data in the study talks about what Caribbean leaders want most to build their own confidence and hands-on training and safe spaces to practice. Because these leaders don't want to sit in a room and be having discussions openly in front of other leaders trying to clarify where they are. So we need to be fluent enough to work alongside AI tools, interrogate their outputs, know their limits, and explain what process to board. The consultant who can say, here is what the model produced, here is what I verified, and here's my judgment on top of it, is not replaceable. Number 4, make your Caribbean context hard asset. We need to remember, folks, and in every room I try to explain to everyone that all of these AI tools was trained on global data. It went and sucked in everything we could find on the internet. It went in and every social media post that you have ever made in your life. A lot of people don't realize this. They post their food on Instagram and their dogs and their cats. All of those things that they are doing, what has happened is that all of the AI tools are trained on those specific things. So our Caribbean lived experience is an asset. Number 5, go deep, not wide, own a sector. Help clients do, lead across in their sector to share what is working, what is unclear, what needs to be strengthened in their organizations, navigating the same journey. This is a call for exactly the kind of cross-sector facilitation that consultants are built to provide. Convene the peer learning, build the sector forum, own the knowledge sharing infrastructure for AI governance in your domain, whether that is financial services, public sector, healthcare, or energy. A mile deep beats a mile wide every time, and AI can answer the surface questions for free. So as I close, the study ends with a line I want to leave with you. It says the region stands at a point where deliberate leadership can shape that trajectory. Right? Very, very important. I agree, but I want to add one thing. Deliberate leadership does not only come from inside the organization, it comes from people who sit alongside these organizations when the decisions get hard. It comes from people who are asking the questions, not the one who are taught to ask it, right? It comes from the people in this room. There is a machine in this world that can now produce a strategy document, a risk assessment, a governance framework, and a market analysis faster than any of us. 85% of your clients are already using it, and fewer than 1 in 5 of them feels prepared to lead it. The gap is not a problem. The gap is your practice. The gap is a massive opportunity. The question is not whether AI changes consulting. Guess what, guys? We know it already has, right? So don't compete with the machine. Be the reason the machine answer is not enough. We have to fashion our world around that. And I thank you very, 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 very much for the opportunity to share some ideas. And maybe one day I can come and share the original presentation where I talk about more advanced AI and how us as consultants and advisors, we now need to work with that human AI organization and manage both of them simultaneously at the same time. Thank you very much, and I hope everybody has an amazing day.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Reckord. And for participants, as you would have seen, you could place any questions for the presenter in the chat. While we wait to see what questions the participants may have, Mr. Reckord, I would want to take you up on the point. Now, with regard to AI governance, I mean, you've spoken to the point of individual firms and the relationships between firms and consultants. But there's another dimension, which is the role of the governments. And as you know, in some cases, the EU in particular, the government has taken a very active role with the EU AI legislation that's based on a risk framework. In your involvement in AI governance in the Caribbean with the CTU and so on, has there been any discussion about what role we think government should play in either promoting or regulating AI?
Thank you very much. Thank you for that question. So government should be the one providing the general guardrails around the use. And I'm saying this very slowly because it has been a contentious discussion in a number of my arenas with respect to how far and how deep should government go. The minister with responsibility for technology here, just day before yesterday, presented in Parliament his idea and his dreams and some of the outputs of the National AI Task Force around that very question. So his request, and the Office of the Prime Minister's request to the National AI Task Force, is to provide policy, but more importantly, it is also to go and look within all of the current laws of the country and identify what needs adjustment so that the country can benefit from an economic standpoint and a productivity standpoint with respect to productivity and how to benefit from AI in the most beneficial way to the government and to the people and all of citizens. So against that backdrop, we jokingly may have called it a little bit of scope creep. Us as consultants understand that very well. And what has happened is just 2.5 weeks ago, Minister did a tour in Europe and came back with an immediate request. The task force needs to put together a detailed proposal around recommending that all of government be trained on AI use right now. Myself and the entire AI task force, all 24 of us, had to huddle probably at about 5 or so meetings over that period of time, virtual, and well, we had to just do it virtually, we couldn't do it in person because of the time. And we produced a document which he tabled in Parliament day before yesterday, which is AI literacy for public sector, along with so literacy readiness and safe use. So what does government do? We have to understand what safe use means. Clearly, we have to understand ethics around AI. The same minister has responsibility for cybersecurity and cybercrime. And there recently, our laws were updated so that images, videos, things that are created by AI that are not actual and real and true is against the law. And so it's now etched in law using these AI technologies to create harm, whether it's physically or mentally or emotionally, is wrong. And so we have that situation. So those are some of the things that governments need to do. One of the big challenges, Dr. Lewis, is that the technology is going at breakneck speed. And every time that you think you put together a draft bill or some sort of a policy guideline or strategy recommendation, you look tomorrow, all of a sudden, that's not needed anymore because the system and the technologies have changed. We're now talking about agentic AI, and agentic AI is another whole dimension that I don't think most people have got their hands around as yet. Because one colleague of mine, he has about 15 staff, he says, Chris, 5 are humans, the rest are agents. Now, how do we create laws when it's agents? Now, the AI organizations are looking at that, because one organization that I just had one organization that I had a meeting with out of Canada spoke about building their own guardrail software where we put all the rules inside of the AI tools that we're building, so as not to allow what happened with that travel company and railway company last month, where it was trying to fix a problem, and in fixing the problem, it went and deleted 1 year's worth of historical travel data for the company because it was following the rules to fix problems. And they just decided that this is also a way to fix it, delete it. That guardrails and the instructions around not doing versus doing was not in place. So I know I've kind of did a broad swath there, but sometimes that's how I take too long to answer questions. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that response. Well, we are out of time, so we'll have to move on quickly, but a participant did inquire as to whether the slides are available or how they may access them. Thank you for that response. Well, we are out of time, so we'll have to move on quickly. The slides are available or
The questions were
okay. All right.
Oh yes, the slides will be shared. I uploaded them to the system. I'm happy to share these slides. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on. We are out of time, but thank you very much, Mr. Reckord, for that presentation.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Reckord, for such a valuable contribution to us as consultants navigating our own challenges of incorporating AI governance. And thank you, Stephen, for this. And so I'm thrilled your discussion leads us right into Dr. Claire Nelson's contribution, very appropriate at this juncture, as Dr. Nelson serves as the Chief Visionary Officer of the Futures Forum, and she is listed among Forbes' top 50 female futurists. Author of the game-changing book, Smart Futures for a Flourishing World, a paradigm shift for achieving global sustainability. She's also the editor of the World Future Studies Federation flagship magazine, Human Futures. The convener of Space Futures Forum is noteworthy for her advocacy for global and space sustainability. And she serves as advisor to various groups, including Engineering for One Planet and Space for Humanity. A social entrepreneur, Dr. Nelson is founding convener of June as National Caribbean American Heritage Month, a dynamic keynote speaker and storyteller. Her one-woman show, Moon Runnings, the life and times of the first Jamaican on the moon, is aimed at advancing planetary consciousness. Honored as a White House champion of change and a global goodwill ambassador for UN International Moon Day, Dr. Nelson holds a doctorate in engineering management from George Washington University. Dr. Nelson, we are excited to hear from you. And so I move over to you.
Imagine 2035, and the news broadcast reads, Hurricane Ilara, Category 6, the most powerful storm to hit the Caribbean since Melissa in 2025. Tonight, we find Barbados is in ruins. St. Vincent and the Grenadines unreachable. Jamaica is bracing for landfall. St. Elizabeth Parish, still scarred from Hurricane Melissa 10 years ago, once again directly in Ilara's path. The Bahamas and Haiti are next in line. Scientists at the University of the West Indies have said it plainly tonight. The time between catastrophes is now shorter than the time it takes to recover from the last one. One question, are we ready? So we're setting the stage for how do consultants become architects of the flourishing futures that we are here to help our institutions and organizations and companies achieve for all of us. And in an era of accelerating change, many of the assumptions that have shaped management practice for generations have been called into questions. So the paradigms of 3-year rolling plans and 5-year strategic horizons no longer provide the certainty they once promised. The pace of technological, social, environmental, and geopolitical change is just simply too fast. There was a time when change and knowledge flowed somewhat like a river. It was bounded, it was directional, and relatively predictable. And organizations could observe the current, chart a course, and move forward with confidence. Today, that river is more like a sea, and a stormy sea at that, a vast interconnected ocean of information, data, signal, risks, opportunities, and competing narratives. And sometimes it feels less like a sea and more like a tsunami, because wave after wave of innovation and disruption and uncertainty crash onto institutions before they have fully absorbed the last one. And so you hear the term polycrisis being floated around. Confluence or convergence or concurrence of digital transformation, cyber risk, climate shocks, demographic shifts, geopolitical realignments arrive not as isolated events, but as interactive forces within a complex system of systems. And guess what? AI is a force multiplier across all domains. So in 2024, two things happened that have laid the foundation for the conversation about the future that's emerging. In May, in Antigua and Barbuda, they hosted the 10-year SIDS conference, SIDS meaning Small Island Development States UN conference. And out of that came the Abbas Accords. There are about 50 or so nation states in the SIDS. And they agreed that, among other things, digital transformation would be the centerpiece of development efforts to the year 2034. And then that same year in 2024, in September, the UN Summit on the Future resulted in the Pact for the Future, which is to accelerate the SDGs. And an appendix that was part of that agreement from all the nation states around the world was the Global Digital Compact. And this is important for a conversation. So this Global Digital Compact is part of the Pact for the Future adopted, and it calls for international cooperation to ensure that AI benefits humanity, respects human rights, reduces digital divides, and supports sustainable development. Yes, so 5 things. AI must benefit humanity, and so the question is, benefit whom? Because that's a broad swath of people, and there's lots of divides that divides the haves and the have-nots, and in the system and out of the system nots. AI governance is a global challenge, and Chris Reckord talked about it in terms of AI governance just within the Ernst & Young study that was done. But it's a global challenge because the comeback recognized that AI is going to cross borders. And so we can't have country doing things that they feel like on their own. We have to have global governance for AI. We also talk about human rights remaining central to AI, so that we don't believe that AI is the end-all and be-all of all things. Governance must protect dignity, privacy, inclusion, and freedom from discrimination. So the question that consultants would have to ask is, are we optimizing systems or optimizing the benefit that people have from these systems? Digital divides must not become AI divides. Who is in, who is out, whose knowledge is in, whose knowledge is out? What are the algorithms that are driving how that knowledge is put to the fore? And so will AI help us leapfrog the barriers that countries have known, or deepen dependence on external platforms? And AI, of course, requires data governance. AI is nothing without data. It is garbage in, garbage out. So we're talking about the compact that talks about interruptibility, digital trust, transparency, and of course, accountability. So when we hear these things as consultants in service, and I want to repeat the term, in service to institutions and society, in Smart Futures language, how do we deploy AI as transformational technology in ways that strengthen sustainable systems, improve on having meaningful metrics to measure what matters, anticipate the anticipatory agency that is going to be driving the systems change that the institution you're working with wants to make, and of course, build robust resilience. And this is the consultant's challenge. And I can tell you one thing, there are more questions than answers, because as you heard Chris say, AI is going to change what it means to be a trusted advisor. How is it change it for you and the client you're working with? And if AI can generate answers in seconds, where are you going to add value? How will the AI transform the institutions and organizations and societies that you're being asked to serve? And when AI becomes part of the operating system of not just the organization, but of the, let's say, the society that is embedded in, how must US consultants prepare to lead this transformation responsibility? So these are some of the questions that we ask when we recognize that AI is not just a niche technology. It is everywhere. It is omnipresent. It is embedded in everything: education, healthcare, customer service, financial systems, agriculture, and of course, governance and public administration, including things like elections, including things like information coming out from government and other services. So for those of us in this profession, it matters deeply, because the decisions that are being made today by these institutions and organizations are going to shape not just the organizations today, but the institutions that emerge in the landscape of the future, and the institutions that our children and grandchildren are going to inherit tomorrow. And this is exactly why the Pact for the Future also includes a conversation about the need for a futures generation dialogue, the Declaration on Futures Generations. We collectively as humans, the human family, are quite worried about what ancestors are we becoming. Are we going to become ancestors that leave nothing for humans that come behind, leave a wasteland, if you will, because of the decisions we're making? Of course, AI is a major part of this thing. So the UN is saying that the Global Digital Compact is offering hope and caution. We talk about opportunities, but it's also concerning about, will the technology itself outpace our capacity to deal with the consequences? And so the challenge we have to ask ourselves then is not whether or not AI will transform our societies, we already know that, is whether or not we as servants to society are going to help to shape the transformation intentionally for the greatest good to arrive at flourishing futures. How are we going to be architects, designers of the flourishing futures we want to live in? So I wanted to share with you a tale of three futures: the good, the bad, and the ugly. And in this, I want to think about a coin. You normally think a coin has two sides, heads and tails, success, failure. But a coin is not two-dimensional. A coin actually has three sides. There's an edge, that balancing edge, which of course, you know, when you flip the coin, it's never really going to land on the edge. But you can, however, stand the coin on the edge and prop it up. And so we want to talk about that also, that third opportunity. So hence the tale of three futures, the possibilities. So here's the good future. Imagine Barbados, June 2035. Barbados restores full document services in 72 hours, and St. Philip's residents are first in line. 72 hours after Hurricane Ilara made direct landfall on Barbados, the island government document services are fully operational, including the hardest hit rural parishes. Residents are lined up at solar-powered government service nodes to replace lost birth certificates, driver's license, and passports. The nodes built in every parish in 2028 run independently of the main power grid on 30 days of backup fuel and satellite connectivity. Now, officials credit this 2028 government decision, which was politically unpopular at the time, to build a redundancy into its services in every parish before the crisis hit. And this is why they were successful. So why does this happen? Because consultants in 2028 asked the question, what happens to St. Philip if the grip and when the grid goes down? And so this question we must ask as consultants is, what is possible when AI and digital transformation systems are intentionally designed to create resilience, inclusive, and flourishing societies? So it's not the technology itself that saved Barbados, it's the architects designing, using foresight to design something that worked, right? Let's go to Tales, the bad future. Imagine Jamaica, September 2035. 77% of Jamaica without power. Rural parishes report no access to government services 3 weeks after Elara. 3 weeks after Hurricane Elara made landfall in St. Elizabeth Parish, rural Jamaicans are still unable to access government document services, while Kingston was restored within 72 hours. In Black River, St. Elizabeth, described by officials as ground zero for the destruction, residents needing replacement birth certificates, driver's license, and passports have nowhere to turn. The local digital transformated service, JamGov, lost power on and backup fuel ran out in 6 hours. Rural service systems were not on the priority restoration list, a list compiled in Kingston. This, of course, is the bad future. The question then consultants would have had to ask is, what happens when organizations fail to adapt and the future arrives before they are ready? What happens when organizations fail to develop the ecosystem in which the AI capabilities must function so that it could remain relevant across the spaces in which it will be worked, the different opportunities, different places, different instances in which the AI would be deployed? Let's move to the edge, which is the ugly future. Imagine St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're still in 2035. And the headline reads, the SVG relief portal processing thousands of applications daily, yet 10,000 Grenadians residents cannot prove they exist. And again, here we are some 6 weeks after Hurricane Elara, and the government reports that its relief portal has processed over 4,800 applications with a 95% system uptime, and they're calling it a digital success. But on the outer islands of Union Island, Bequia, Canouan, and Mustique, 10,000 people are locked out of the system. Reason? The bureaucratic catch-22. They did not think about the out islands when they were designing the system and being proud of the AI-enabled system that they had developed. To claim disaster relief, you need a valid document. To replace a lost document, you need a verifiable current address. But Elara destroyed documents, addresses in some cases, and proof of addresses. And so the ferry to the Grenadines took 3 weeks to restart. And so all this time after, 6 weeks after, people are still without way of proving who they are. At the same time, the Prime Minister is accepting a Digital Resilience Architecture Award for the platform they have designed. That's an ugly future, because on the one hand, the system appears to be working, it's being propped up, but the underbelly shows that the AI and the system it's designed to be embedded in really is still creating a system of a digital divide. So this is a dangerous future, because we understand that we might be doing something, but by not doing it fully, by not looking at the ecosystem approach, the smart futures approach, we sometimes design not to optimal efficiency, not for resilience, not for redundancy. We don't measure what truly matters, and so we miss much of what happens. And so all of this brings us to what it is that consultants are going to have to do. If we're going to be architects of flourishing futures, right, as envisioned in the Abbas Accords, the SDGs, the Pact for the Future, and all the vision statements and political manifestos put out by the different governments across not just the Caribbean, but a small island developing states around the world, it's no longer sufficient to analyze the past and just optimize the present. Organizations are going to need guides who can help them navigate uncertainty, interpret emerging signals, understand complex ecosystems, and prepare for multiple possible futures. It's not about simply strategic planning, it's about futures readiness. And so in an age when the answers are abundant with the press of the button, the true value of a consultant may lie in his or her ability and wisdom to ask questions that shape the future, so that they can co-create the smart futures we want and avoid the futures we fear. So who must we become then to help our clients? I think we have to go beyond management consultants, and to borrow a word from AI, to become generative consultants, asking the questions that determine whether or not technology transformation becomes a force for flourishing or a force for fragmentation. We don't want the ugly future, AI without wisdom. We don't want the bad future, institutions without the readiness for the AI systems. And we certainly want the good future where AI provides us, and the design of the AI systems, inclusive prosperity and resilience. So, whereas traditional consultant would ask, how do we improve what already exists? Generative consultant is going to ask, what could exist that does not yet exist that we need to anticipate? It's the disciplined practice of helping organizations anticipate change, navigate complexity, and intentionally create resilient, inclusive, and thus flourishing futures. We're moving from solving problems to creating possibilities, from optimizing systems to reimagining systems, to focusing on performance to focusing on flourishing, from improving the present to shaping the future, from analyzing what is to exploring what could be, from delivering recommendations to build capability and agency, because change is going to be constant and continually exponentially fast. Moving from focusing on just the organization to the ecosystem in which the organization is embedded. So you are going to have to become a cartographer, mapping the landscape, understanding the systems and actors and risk and opportunities in the landscape. You're going to have to become a navigator, guiding organizations through uncertainty and helping the leaders move through very unfamiliar territory where, as we heard, they are so afraid. We have to become a seers, identifying emerging possibilities, looking out into the horizon and seeing signals before they become trends. We may have to become oracles, answering the questions others fail to ask, challenging assumptions, surfacing the ethical implications of the choices of which and how the AI is going to be deployed. But more importantly, we may have to see ourselves as stewards of our future, protecting the future, ensuring that the choices that companies, governments, organizations make do not undermine tomorrow's possibilities. So I believe that generative AI and what's to come demands generative consultant, not because consultants must compete with AI, because consultants, as Chris Reckord said earlier, must do what AI cannot. AI can generate answers and reports and code and analysis, but it cannot determine what kind of future we want. It cannot determine what kind of society we want to live in. It cannot determine what is fair, what is ethical, what is worth preserving, what it is to let go, and what flourishing means, not just for the organization, but the community, the entities, the customers, the citizens, the consumers that these organizations serve. And that is the fundamental work that we humans must do. So we are going to have to learn to ask, what future are we trying to create? We have to definitely think about recognizing that if we want to become architects of this flourishing future, we are going to have to focus on who we want to become. Recognizing that when a river becomes a sea, as we talked about earlier, navigators are going to be critical. And when the sea becomes that tsunami, we're going to need you to be the seer. So the question is not going to be, are you going to become AI literate? You're going to have to become AI literate. That's not even a question you're going to have to ask. The real question that you're going to have to ask yourself is, are you going to become future ready? Become generative in the way you think and deliver for your clients? Whether you will develop the capabilities for foresight, systems thinking, resilience, ethics, and strategic leadership, the capacity to design for the futures we want and avoid the futures we fear. Because in an age where answers are increasingly abundant, as I said, the true value is not in you just providing an answer, but is in being able to ask the questions that shape the future. And so I'm going to leave you with one final question. If AI is becoming the operating system of today's society, of the world we live in, of the planet that keeps us alive, if digital transformation is the cornerstone of our Caribbean development strategy. And the decisions that we are going to be making as consultants and governments and private sector and others today, then who must we become? And my answer, because I'm talking to myself while I'm talking to you, is that we must become generative consultants, adaptable, futures literate, systems aware, but above all, resilience focused and ethically grounded. Above all, we must see ourselves and become architects of flourishing futures, because the future is not something that happens to us. It is something that we co-create. I thank you for your time and attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just announcing on behalf of the host that we will now have a short break for just about 10 minutes as we invite you to check out the expo area and network with other attendees in the networking area. In the meanwhile, we have also activated some polls under the polls tab that you can respond to in order to give some feedback to the organizers on some critical questions relating to today's theme. Thank you very much, and we'll see you back here in the stage area within the next 10 minutes. Hi, Danny, can you hear me? Okay, great. We have to keep it very shorter.
Welcome back, everyone. And now we're going to go into our second segment for the day, which is AI in practice. And we have three exciting speakers. And I'm going to ask Dr. Judith Ramdalin to introduce our first speaker.
Thank you, Charmaine. Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to announce the three speakers that are coming up now. As just said, we will now turn our attention to three distinguished speakers who embody the practical application of AI within the modern business landscape. Their expertise bridges the gap between innovation and real-world impact, demonstrating how AI can drive tangible results in organization. Our first presenter is Ms. Raquel Seville. Who is Ms. Raquel Seville? She's the founder and CEO for Dataffluent, a new startup focused on tackling the data challenges in emerging and developing markets. She is also a lecturer for applied data science at University of West Indies. Raquel brings her extensive experience and passion in roles where she believed in the untapped potential of the Caribbean and its citizens. She has also contributed her insights on how AI and data can propel Caribbean economies in the recently published book, Intelligent Economies, Developments in the Caribbean. As an international speaker, Raquel has shared her insights at conferences in Spain, South Africa, the USA, Jamaica, Australia. Her ability to connect with audiences and inspire change has earned her recognition as a dynamic speaker. Ms. Seville's presentation is followed by Michael Mullings, the second speaker in the area of practical AI. Michael Mullings is the founder and CEO of Chatflow Limited, an AI-empowered customer engagement platform, transforming how businesses across emerging markets deliver customer support. Through conversational AI, sentiment analysis, and dialect-aware natural language processing, Chatflow helps organizations automate and elevate customers' experience across web, WhatsApp, Instagram, and email. Under his leadership, Chatflow has developed patent-pending technologies, including the Elysium Sentiment Engine and Liability Shield, and has received national innovation support through the Development Bank of Jamaica. The company now serves enterprise clients across many sectors: government, insurance, and the education sector. The final presenter in this segment is Mr. Maurice Frankson. Who is Mr. Maurice Frankson? He's an entrepreneur, and he is a passionate advocate for integrating AI into business operations. As a partner and director of operations at Designs by Mark Limited, he draws on a strong IT foundation that began in college while doing a bachelor's degree in information systems from Howard University. His experience includes managing the online training platform for the Office of Ethics and Compliance at Abbott Laboratories, ensuring effective and compliant digital solutions. Mark Morris expanded his business knowledge at Harvard Business School, focusing on change management and leadership development. Now that I've introduced all three speakers, I would like to turn the floor to Ms. Raquel Seville. The floor is yours. I would like to turn the floor to Ms. Raquel Seville.
All right, thank you so much, Judith. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be here. Thanks for having me. It is a pleasure. All right, so you'll see my face a little bit as I go through a little bit of moderation for the upcoming speakers as well, but I wanted to just spend some time to talk about, I know we're talking a lot about artificial intelligence, and I wanted to sort of take us back a little bit and talk about data and the data economy and how transforming information into economic value. So every organization owns data. Now the economy, it rewards the ones that turn that data into wisdom, into something actionable, into something that can provide value. Now, the best example of that from a data perspective is everything that we see happening now with artificial intelligence and these large companies like Anthropic, OpenAI that have leveraged data, and sometimes some persons may say questionable how they would have leveraged or received or honed that data and using that to provide value to persons. So data is the fuel of artificial intelligence. So the relationship runs both ways. AI has no value without data, and models learn from the data that we feed them. So data has more value because of AI, and AI is what scales the climb from raw facts to decisions, right? So before, when we had all this data just sitting out there, different knowledge bases, different areas, but now we're able to pull all of that together and we can cross-reference, cross-pollinate, and look at data in different ways that in some ways we never thought was possible because of artificial intelligence. So we've scaled past just looking at just data or raw facts to really getting information, but how do we leverage that, especially as consultants as well, to turn that into wisdom, to provide value, to push the needle on economic value. So data has more value because of AI, and better decisions means better AI. So better AI means more value is captured from the same data, right? So we want to ensure that we're leveraging artificial intelligence to create exponential value. So I have a pyramid here. You may have seen this before. If you're familiar with anything in the data and analytics world, you may have seen this, what is called the DIKW pyramid. So at the base of the pyramid, which is the widest part, we have data. We all know we have a lot of data that is being generated. We have more data being generated now than our entire history before, and that continues to grow exponentially over days, weeks, months, if you can think about it, how much data is generated on social media platforms, using IoT devices, cameras, even at home when we use our devices that are smart devices that are connected to different things. There's a lot of data that is being generated. So at the base of the pyramid is the widest part where we have a lot of data. So data, which is, as it says here, is the base, it's raw, it's unorganized. You have facts, you have clicks, right? All the clicks that persons will do online on different platforms that they may use. You have sales records, you have sensor readings, and it goes on and on, right? So data is the widest part. Now, how do we narrow that down to provide actual value and wisdom? So next layer is we're turning data into information. So it's organized and given some amount of context. And if you can think about how artificial intelligence works at the baseline, especially if we're thinking about generative AI, There's a lot of work that goes into data labeling and data tagging. So even though we use these systems, these LLM systems, and we might put something in and we get a response and we think, oh, this is so great, or we may be using images and it's able to read an image or read a file and tell us, a lot of that work is actually done by humans, manually tagging and labeling that data, providing context to the data, and that helps with the training so the models can be more accurate. Now, we need to leverage and turn that information now into knowledge. So knowledge, now we're looking at what are the patterns, what are the trends, and we want to understand what is the cause. So now we're getting a little bit deeper. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that we're at wisdom. So wisdom would be the apex of the pyramid, where we have the right action taken at the right time. And we all know that that is critical, especially in the environment that we're in, where things can be, in some instances, unstable, uncertain. It's very important that you're making the right decision at the right time, so you have the right data to support that decision. Now, thinking about the pyramid, how do you climb that pyramid? So of course, AI accelerates that. So if you're thinking about extraction and organization of the data, you're consolidating raw and structured data into a structured, usable format. You're taking data into information. And I'm sure for the speakers who will come after me, you'll see that what they're doing is exactly that, right? From Chatflow, with everything that they're doing, you'll see that it's taking raw information, raw data, and transforming that. So we need to first turn data into information. Next, we need to do analysis. So we need to use data science, generative AI, and other methodologies to surface what are the trends, what are some hidden patterns and operational bottlenecks. So now we're moving from information to knowledge. And then monetization, because ultimately, if you have data, you're not using that data to support decision making, to create some value, whether it is operational efficiencies or to generate revenue, then that data is not being used to its full potential. So monetization is important to turn those insights into new business models, personalized experiences, optimized supply chains, and targeted products. So now we're transforming knowledge to wisdom. So if we zoom out now and look at global trends. So we looked at the DIKW pyramid. So we have data, and we know that AI needs data, and the more data that AI gets, it helps to support the accuracy of the models in some instances, and we have better outcomes. So the trends overall is that the value is enormous, but it is also measurable. So AI's potential contribution by 2030 to global GDP, according to a PwC survey, is $15.7 trillion US. Now those numbers are very large figures when you think about it, and this is potential contribution by 2030 to global GDP. Now, the annual potential corporate profits uplift from generative AI, according to McKinsey, is 2.6 to 4.4 trillion US dollars. Again, the value is enormous, but we can also put some dollar values around these, some estimations. Now, data-driven organizations are 23 times more likely to acquire customers and 19 times more likely to be profitable, and this is coming from McKinsey. Now, these are important figures to understand, especially as consultants, because when you work with organizations, you'll find that a lot of persons are stuck at the data information layer of the pyramid. A lot of persons are not utilizing the data that they have to transform that into wisdom, into something actionable, into something measurable, into something that will generate income for that organization. So if we look at the Caribbean, so we have solved the issue of connectivity. So high-speed internet coverage across the Caribbean went from 30% in 2012 to over 75% in 2024, and this is coming from a World Bank survey. So in terms of connectivity, we're more connected than we've ever been before. But the bottleneck, no, so we don't have a bottleneck in terms of access. It is the quality of the data that we have, and we know we have a challenge in the Caribbean in terms of data quality, data existing in general, the consistency of the data, sometimes the currency of the data, as in sometimes the data is stale, it is very outdated, so we know we have these challenges. We also have sometimes challenges with the skill sets and the will to act on the insight. So these are challenges that we're facing. So the risk is widening. right? So the AI divide between regions that refine their data and regions that only collect it. And we don't want to be the region that's only collecting. The Caribbean doesn't want to be the region that's only connecting data. We want to ensure that we're using that data and maximizing that data. Now, what does this mean for consultants? So consultants are the layer that help to turn data into wisdom, right? So if you see here, this highlighted in orange that 88% of organizations now use AI, but only 7% have fully scaled it. And this is a state of AI report from McKinsey. So the opportunity here is massive in terms of guiding companies on how to utilize their data, because it's not just about how you utilize the existing AI tools that are there, but how do you use your data? How can you leverage the data that already exists within your organization, within your company, to leapfrog, to scale, to become more efficient? How do you leverage that? And that is a huge gap that most organizations still have not figured out. So most are stuck at the base of the pyramid. They have a lot of tools, they're experimenting, they're doing a lot of things, but they don't have transformation, right? And sometimes, of course, in some instances, the data quality is not so great. So more work is needed to move clients up from reporting to decisions, from pilots to value. So a lot of companies, a lot of persons are experimenting, they're doing pilots, but where's the value creation that's coming from that? How are they moving the needle? How are they moving forward? So they need to be more focused on decision making and not just reporting and dashboards. We need to fix data quality issues first. AI inherits every flaw in the data beneath it. And we know this because we saw the flaws that we use across different models, especially in the early stages of using any of these AI tools. You'd have seen some of the challenges. So if you know the classic IT term, garbage in, garbage out, GIGO. So if you don't have properly structured data and the quality is not great, then that would be a challenge. So of course, encourage clients to focus on data quality. It's not the sexy part of the work, but it is the critical part of the work. So the foundation is solid. And also price on outcomes and not outputs. So if we focus on these different areas while we think about AI and help different organizations to move the needle forward, this is going to be critical for how they transition. So I'd like to hand over to, well, thank you. And I'd like to hand over to Mr. Michael Mullings to go through his presentation. And I hope that you've had a little bit of food for thought around data and the value that it can provide. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for your presentation, Raquel, and the speakers before you. So again, I'm Michael Mullings, everyone, founder and CEO of Chatflow Limited. But before I get started, I want to speak specifically to our consultants here today. I want you to think of that one client, the one that you've been with for probably many years. You probably don't need to call a name out loud. You know who that client is. And the question is, will you be in the room with that client in the next 5 years? And not only that, you want to ask yourselves quietly, are we doing everything to still be in the room in the next 5 years? You see, the reality is there's a shift, not just in AI, but how we serve our clients in terms of advisory work. And that's where I want to spend the brunt of our conversation speaking on today. So why should you listen to me? So before I go any further, I want to give you 3 key points about who I am and why we're having this conversation. My father used to say that it's important to talk a little bit about credibility if the conversation becomes uncomfortable. So, before I ever became a founder, I spent the better part of a decade serving large financial organizations such as Wells Fargo, Citi, and a lot of other banks in Italy, managing customer service operations from an automation standpoint. And the intersection of where I work in those early days started to see where AI and automation would change the way how people work over the next few decades up to now. The second half of my career, I decided to go out on my own and start my own juncture. I know Raquel had mentioned it. My company is called Chatflow. And a lot of the work that we've done based in research, we've seen where it will and has disrupted the way how people engage with consumers on a day-to-day basis, which means not only from a tools perspective, but from, how should I put this, a productivity perspective. We've seen how that changed over the last 30 months. So when I speak to you today, it's not from an abstract trend, but from implementation, testing, failure, iteration, and actual customer conversations on how they have adopted AI from an engagement standpoint with their end users and how they've changed productivity within the organization. And then the third piece to that is, I have a different purview by sitting on the Bureau of Standards Jamaica AI Technical Committee as the chairperson, and that gives me a little bit more insight in terms of, the standards, the governance, and the risks that we as consultants will have to be measured against from a balanced scorecard perspective. So today I'm here to speak to you as a peer with my deep expertise and what I've experienced in the lifeblood of serving consumers as a consultant and now as a founder, and of course somebody who's in the compliance space as well. So the goal for today is to really focus in on what that shift has taken place over the last few decades with AI and the way we do advisory work. So let's talk a little bit about what has happened in the space since February. February 23rd this year, OpenAI announced something called the Frontier Alliances, where they partner with some of the biggest firms in the space. That's McKinsey, BCG, Accenture, Capgemini. You guys know those names. These are the guys that have built modern management consultancy into what it is today. And now they're not just advising clients about AI from the outside. They're formally partnering with the makers of that frontier model, ChatGPT, to help enterprises deploy across strategy, operations, workflow, systems, and change management. And this really, really is important. Why is that? Because the big consulting firms are not waiting for somebody to change AI around them. They're adopting AI at that application layer, which means they got over that first hurdle that Raquel spoke about, which is the data. And not only that, in May this year, just last month, OpenAI went a step further to launch a development company. And as a part of that initiative, they had some big players in terms of partnership: TP&G, Advent, Bain Capital, Brookfield. They were the leading founding partners. But not only that, the investors that sit on the cap table of this new formed company were Bain and Company, Capgemini, and McKinsey again. So I want you guys to think about that for a second. McKinsey, who's doing consulting, is partnering with OpenAI and investing in a company that's directly competing with them. Some might see this as something negative, but it's truly strategic. And what do I mean by strategic? It means that these firms, these large firms, are not treating AI as another tool in their toolkits, in the consultant toolkit rather. They're treating it as infrastructure, and they're positioning themselves around it before someone else positions around them, which means they're trying to get ahead of disruption, which is something that we should be doing. And the part that we need to pay attention to really is that because these firms are willing to partner and certify around and invest in AI at that application layer, that means something needs to change about how we do advisory work in this industry. It means that we need to change how we implement, where we add our value, where does that sit in the value chain of where we price. And maybe the uncomfortable truth is that the future of consulting is not just about having better answers from the data or the wisdom that Raquel spoke about. It's about having better systems than the competitor in your local space, because that's the real moat. So again, we don't like to say it out loud because our clients are watching from a consulting perspective, but I want to encourage everyone today that, we're here with our peers today. So there's an opportunity for us to have those hard questions answered. So let's talk a little bit more about framing. So the question isn't whether AI will replace consultants. It's if consultants using AI will replace the ones that aren't. So how do we do this? How do we think about this? So I like to say that there are two narratives being told right now. The first one is the panic story, where everyone says that AI is replacing the knowledge worker. McKinsey's probably finished. Consultants are finished. We're finished as a profession because AI is replacing that knowledge layer. And I say that story is wrong, and we've seen it. Almost every thought leader on LinkedIn have published some version of this. And then the second story is I would like to call it the denial story, where we would say that, this has happened before with the internet, with cloud, with blockchain. We've adapted, we've absorbed it. We can do the same thing with AI. And maybe you've said a version of that yourself. Maybe you've thought about it and spoken about it with your peers. But I think that, both stories are wrong for the same reason. They're both treating AI as something that happens to us as if it is inevitable. Some outside force, I would say, that we're fearing or waiting it out like a plague. But AI is not weather. It's a set of capabilities that we are able to commandeer. And capabilities can be learned and repackaged. It means that we can deploy them and use them to our advantage. So that changes the question, really. So it should be, will AI replace the consultants, as mentioned before? Or maybe, in my opinion, based on research and speaking to clients, maybe that's too broad. Maybe it's a little bit too passive. Maybe it's too easy to debate. And maybe we should look at the question from the frame of mind of, how should I put this now? Again, will the consultants use AI replace the ones that don't? And how do we get past this hurdle? How do we become more proficient with using AI? I would say it's a little bit more of what we call an asymmetrical approach. So we want to compete in a space where the big firms are there. There are things that they lack, and there are things that we have that they don't. And I want to talk a little bit more about those things. And because of that, because of the big firms' advantage, we can't compete with them on the brand loyalty, the brand success, the ability to deploy multiple associates onto a project at any one point in time, right? We'll never be able to do that. But they lack a few things as well. And I'd say they don't have the trust that we've built locally within our own environments here. They don't understand the local regulatory framework because they will have to go do research on that before they enter those markets. They don't have the speed that you'll have, and they don't have the ability to have a decision in a breakfast meeting with a client, versus that they will have to go through like 6 layers of approval to get something done. And most importantly, they don't have the depth of knowledge that you have on that specific topic within those niche markets that you probably serve. So the goal really isn't to copy the big 4 consulting firms or even to position yourself as them. The goal is to use AI to strengthen your local advantage based around your context, as Christopher had said earlier in his presentation, and the other speakers after him alluded to that. So how do you leverage that advantage? So by knowing how to play and where to play. And to do that, I've simply put together 3 what I like to call counter moves. If you're familiar with chess, you'll understand that nomenclature. And I'll get into the first one. The first one is really around the cycle time to play. What do I mean by that? See, guess what? The uncomfortable truth is the large firms do not always win because they have the better work system. They win because they have the coverage, the process, and the brand trust. And they can put a team together around a problem and wrap it in methodology and make the client feel safe. But guess what? AI is changing the economics of that model, because a lot of the work that would require 5 to 6 junior associates or consultants now can be compressed dramatically because of the democratization of the access to these models, as Christopher alluded to in his presentation as well. So let me make this practical. Let's take a market entry analysis. A few years ago, that might be a 6 weeks project. You do the research, the regulatory review, the competitive analysis, make the strategic recommendations, and then complete the executive deck. Today, I'd say with the right tools, a senior consultant could move much faster. So for example, you could use Perplexity to do the source research, as they would call it. You could use Notebook LM to synthesize long reports and PDF into a more digestible format that you can review. As Chris alluded to and my other colleagues, you could use ChatGPT and Claude, but I wouldn't recommend putting company data in there. You could use the metadata, meaning the model won't have access to proprietary information, to help you draft the analysis from that standpoint. And then you could use Gamma or PowerPoint AI filled by Claude or Cowork to make that first pass on your executive deck. Again, this doesn't mean that the tools are doing the consulting. It doesn't mean that at all. It means you've reduced the cycle time around the work to help you get to the thinking part faster, which is extremely important. And that's the true advantage. You don't need to necessarily copy the Big 4 model by throwing numbers at the problem. You just need the better stack to do this. So the goal is not really the need to have an army of associates, but you need to find out for yourself where your judgment matters the most, where your client context lives, and how you will align yourself to the right AI stack to solve the problem or reduce your cycle time to delivery. So here's the play. I would recommend that any consultant here today can pick an engagement that you do most often. map the steps. I'm sure you guys would probably have mappings on how the way you work. Then ask yourself which parts of this engagement truly requires my judgment and which part is just a time-consuming productive work or production work rather. And then you would replace the production work with AI to accelerate that process and keep the judgment part to yourself to maintain that autonomy or the human in the loop. So the goal is not really to compete with the big four because, again, we can't outrun them on brand, we can't outrun them on headcount, and of course, we can't outrun them on cycle time. So what else can we do to solve this key problem? So the next thing is being able to punch across our weight class. And what do I mean by this? Is having some form of adjacent practice play. And this one, is, for me, is a little bit more exciting because, you know, in the early parts of my careers, you know, I'm an electrical engineer. I knew nothing about customer engagement consulting when I started out. But because of the automations and tools that existed at the time when I started, I was able to do this. So this is from my own shared experience. And because of these tools, I was able to get into a specialization that I had no prior knowledge to, but I was able to map the frameworks that I've learned in my own discipline across that. And this will help you to be qualified in that area. Again, 3 years ago, if a client asks for like a data engineering audit or technical review or AI governance assessment, you would refer them out to someone else. You'd say it's not in your area of practice. But today, because of the tools and the frameworks that you can implement in these models, whether they are private or in the public domain like ChatGPT, Claude, you know, you'd be able to access and do reviews quickly, walk through technical diagrams, identify gaps, and do some form of comparative analysis across standards that you probably wouldn't be able to do because it's not your strongest area of practice first. So effectively, these tools can become a bridge for you in this particular area. I would say, you know, you would bring your client relationship to the conversation, bring that client context, and of course, owning your judgment. And the AI will help you to break down that technical depth that you would probably never have been able to handle internally before. So what does this mean? It means that from a strategy consultant can now focus on or tap into digital transformation work specifically, or an audit practice can offer some form of AI governance assessment rather, and an HR consultant can move into workforce analytics without hiring a data scientist. I mean, think about it like this. For e-commerce businesses who operate on Shopify, Shopify provides a whole tool suite of data science tools without that e-commerce individual or founder being able to be versed in data science. But they have access to the tools and technology, which allows them to be able to answer those critical questions that Christopher and Raquel mentioned by having access to the data and the frameworks and the models to do it more effectively at a lower cost. So again, the hard goal is, you know, we can't copy the big four quickly, but the issue that we can solve for is that we have that specialized knowledge, the context around our clients, and we have the tools to enable us to play across different sectors more quickly than the big four could be able to. So that allows us a little bit more dynamic, a little bit more prestige in how we can operate and bill our clients differently. Again, this is allowing us to dissolve the barriers of entry to get into those adjacent fields of play. So the next move that I like to talk about, you know, is something that I've done myself in my own business, taking everything in terms of the knowledge and proprietary information, in terms of the skills that I've acquired, and productize it. And that's called a productized service play. And this allows you as a consultant to be able to create a product out of, you know, repeatable work that you've done. This is now allowing you to free up some time because one, let's be real. The normal model is that, you know, the client engages you, you scope the work, you deliver the hours, you bill against those hours, which means that the more clients you have, the more hours you can bill, and that means that's more revenue, right? But there is a ceiling to that model, and I will say it plainly because, again, this is where AI disrupts the most, because the hours that you use to sit on these engagements is where your unique, how should I say, rating of value. And because AI can compress that now, you won't be able to bill by the hour as effectively as you did before. I mean, you could, but again, when the clients that you engage start to look on the fact that, you know, there's AI-enabled engagement and they can get to the end result or the outcome faster, they're probably going to want to go to that model, because I would say everyone in this region, based on, you know, the last set of reports published by the World Bank and IDB talk about the need for productivity and improvement, they're watching every dollar. So they would want to ensure that they align themselves with the outcome that's going to give them the highest value for the lowest cost. So we may want to think about, that repeatable work that we do, turn that into a product or a system that we can use AI to do the heavy lifting, which allows you to provide your judgment at the end, fueled by your own client context, and of course, you being able to still make that final decision, which cuts down your cycle time to implementation, and you having a product out of something repeatable that you do in terms of the work when you engage clients. And there's an increase, how should I call this now? Increased need to change the way that we engage the clients. So this type of counter move I would recommend that will allow you to, one, get into areas of like AI-assisted strategic planning or AI assessment readiness, using AI as a framework and having you as the judgment or the final say-so on these types of engagement. So again, this will allow you to have what I would call a fixed scope, a fixed timeline, and a fixed price, because now you've moved away from the per hour billing and you're selling an outcome-based model based on the work that you do. Again, the hard part really for some of us as consultants is to admit that a lot of the work that we do is repeatable, and we would like to say that it's bespoke. Again, some of it is, but not all of it is bespoke. And the consultants who win over the next 5 years are still in the room with the clients that they have now. They're turning to having repeatable systems for their clients and allowing themselves to focus on the thinking part and doing the judgment and making the final call, because they have AI doing that repeatable work that they can approve and of course review before it gets to their end user. So the moat really isn't just the service, it's the system that you use to deliver the service at the end of the day. So with these counter moves, what can you do as a consultant over the next 90 days to either improve or change the way you work? I know that may be difficult to digest, but we have to change the way that we operate in this world, or we're going to get disrupted by the way we build, disrupted by the way we engage our clients. So what I'd recommend is that take your last 3 engagements and map them step by step. I'm sure you guys have great documentation on how those engagements went. Look at where you've spent time doing the research. Look at where you've spent time summarizing information to build these lovely reports, and where you've spent time building slides. And not only that, look at the time you spent doing the actual quality checks on your work to see how AI can help you accelerate to get to that end results. The goal is to really adopt a simple stack to start out, whether it's private AI in your own cloud, or you use one of those public models with the metadata without uploading proprietary information. You don't want to breach GDPR or the data protection, of course. And of course, one tool to help you make better slides going forward. The goal is to really not overcomplicate it. It's to use them to do real work over the next 30 days, not playing around, not just testing prompts, but real work to determine if what you're doing on a day-to-day basis can be improved to improve your productivity so you can take on more engagements on clients. And that is the objective. To get to that speed advantage, you may want to adopt the cycle time to play, as mentioned before, where you look at if the engagement can be sped up because you're able to democratize, how should I put this now, your access to that end result by using AI to do the research, to create those reports for you to review and then present to your clients on that final recommendation call. Again, maybe you are one that has more intimate knowledge based on your clients, how should I put this now, engagement, and you want to change the way how you've engaged based on that proprietary context that you have. Maybe you want to pilot the adjacent play. That means you can take on more work within the scope of the project from that engagement. You would be able to do that using that type of playbook that I recommend. And I recommend that you probably want to pilot that around the 61 to 90 day time frame. Again, the consulting market is already restructuring as what based on what the big 4 firms are doing. We can't ignore it. It may feel like a pain today, but we have to change the way how we work with our clients, and we have to change the way how we deliver that work. And the only way to do that is by accepting that AI is not happening to us, but it's a set of capabilities that we can deploy, repackage to enhance the way we deliver end results to our clients over the next 90 days. So in closing, I want to say this. we're not living through a tools update. Again, the reality is that we're living through the redefinition of what our professional judgment can be worth. And the only way to get to that point is to be able to use all the capabilities that are available to us. And that is looking at how the Big Four is positioning themselves, adopting what we can adopt from them, and then still playing to our strengths, which is using AI to improve the way we work from the local context we have, the competitive advantage of knowing our clients intimately, and being able to move quickly within this environment because we're not bogged down by a lot of the red tape that the Big Four consulting firms have. And this will allow us to, I would say, deliver a better end product. And maybe, you know, in the long run, we won't just consider ourselves as just consultants, but makers and shakers of the way our AI consulting is defined in the future and how we serve our consumers or our customers in that way. Again, the goal is, will we let AI happen to us as consultants, or will we make the shift to be in the room 5 years from now with that client that we've been working with for the better part of a decade? So that's it from my presentation, guys. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. I want to just thank the presenters for having me here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, proceed. Let me get this going. Good morning, everyone. But Michael, thank you for that presentation. I'm not with the organizers, of course, but I listened, and there were so many good nuggets of information and perspective about the technology that I hope everyone in the room is taking the time to soak up. Really good insights there. So my name is Mark Frankson, and my company is Transcend AI Consulting. Like many of you, or unlike many of you, because this is new to me, I help my clients to understand this bit of technology. So I'm more in the education space. I don't focus on anything technical as much as we want to let our clients know what is AI, how to use it, what are the risks, and so on. So today I wanted to just bring across this topic, which is the governance gap. And much of what I do and have done stems from questions in the marketplace. You know, people were asking, what is AI? And so we developed workshops around what it is. People are asking, how do we implement? And so we developed some systems about how to implement AI. And so this is one topic that I wanted to share with you that I don't think a lot of companies are discussing, and this is the governance gap. You know, so how can consultants like yourself lead this AI conversation? One that a lot of clients, I think, are avoiding. People are rushing to implement AI and to find ways of using it to stay or become ahead of the game, but they're neglecting the guardrails. For us, our philosophy is that at the heart of every successful business, there are the people who make it thrive. And so we want to incorporate technology like AI to really augment human capabilities instead of replacing them. And a really easy way of saying that is we put people first, people second, and AI third. So the reality is that a lot of your clients are already using AI, or rather, better put, a lot of the employees for your clients are already using AI. We see people, we know people are using ChatGPT, and they're using Gemini, Canva, and the elements of AI that it offers. People are using this to do their work. The big question is anyone governing it? And the truth is, no. In fact, not only is it not being governed, a lot of the companies aren't even thinking about this. A lot of them don't really understand the technology, and it's being implemented from the bottom up. So things are happening without the knowledge of leadership. And without that knowledge, there's no due care to ensure that we're doing this properly. Now, here's where it gets tricky for us as Jamaican companies, and that's the Data Protection Act. As an organization, each organization is liable for the improper use of sensitive information that their employees may use. And so companies really ought to be being more careful about how they're using and treating and handling sensitive information, particularly for their employees and their customers. But because they don't have a genuine understanding of how AI, and in this context, I'm sure it's been said before by some of the other presenters, we're talking about generative AI, and more specifically, we're talking about the out-of-the-box tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, and Canva, right? AI spans a huge range of products, but we're narrowing it down to what has become commercial. And so people, companies, organizations don't truly understand it. Thereby, they don't truly understand the risks that are involved and what is happening if they don't put a governance framework in place. Now, according to the Data Protection Act, these are some of the things that companies need to be careful of. Personal data. This includes employee records, customer databases that are already being fed into artificial intelligence platforms for the sake of efficiency. As much as we want efficiency and we want to use the tools to get further ahead, we want to do it in a particular manner so that it is safe and companies are compliant, right? Another one is that organizations aren't demonstrating a lawful basis for the AI processing of personal data. And there's no accountability, right? There's no data protection officer, no impact assessment has been done. There's nobody that owns this process so that if something goes wrong, here's an individual that can become accountable, right? And so really and truly, this is not a future risk. This is something that is happening now. We've been hearing about this informally, about what's happening in organizations, and we've seen some of it when we're on site. I want to break it down into 3 pockets, right? These are 3 gaps that the 3 main gaps that we see out there. There's a policy gap where no AI policy exists. So the staff has no guidance on what tools are permitted, what is allowed, what has been authorized by the organization. Because the organization, they've not paused to think about this and to pull this together, right? There's a data gap where sensitive client information or employee information is being plugged into AI platforms, again, like I said, for the sake of efficiency. But this is a high area of exposure when you're looking at it through the Data Protection Act lens. And then there's the accountability gap. No one owns it. There's no governance framework. There's no audit trail, no path of escalation. And so when incidents happen, no one knows there's a breach. No one then has the responsibility of ensuring that that's reported to the Data Protection Commissioner within the allotted time. And so automatically, because no one owns it and no one's being accountable for these actions, the client companies may be at risk, right? And these are just some of the scenarios that I said we're hearing about in a very informal way and that we're seeing happening on the ground. Law firms are using ChatGPT to do client memos with sensitive information, right? Loan officers are using AI to cut and paste customer data in there. We see in the public sector where staff is using Gemini and Copilot to summarize cabinet submissions, and Copilot is not so bad because in many instances, especially if this is an enterprise use, then there's the tenant, which can keep the information secure. But a lot of times, this hasn't been set up properly. So a company may be using Microsoft Copilot, but IT has no knowledge of how they're using it, and things are happening outside of the designated framework. So the whole idea of governance is really, really crucial, particularly because of the Data Protection Act. Now, two things are happening here, right? So we're talking about the risks that exist because of AI, and a conversation that as management consultants, you really can be having with your clients to say, this is an area of focus that needs to happen right now. But I also want to talk to you about using AI as a tool to help you do that. And one of my favorite tools as of late is Claude. For quite some time, that was ChatGPT. ChatGPT was my workhorse. And I've switched over to Claude. I still use ChatGPT and many other platforms, but Claude has become my primary go-to now. And I like it for a couple of reasons. And I think you might too, if you aren't already using it, mainly for these three things. It's very good at doing research and synthesizing information at speed, right? It's good at structuring and drafting deliverables. And what I like to use it for is as a thought partner. And you heard Michael mention this a little earlier in his presentation. As human beings, we want to be the human in the loop, or you want to encourage your clients to have a human in the loop and use the AI tools to do the heavy lifting, but have the humans apply their judgment and decision making. And so using Claude as a thought partner, you are the consultants, you have the experience, you have the knowledge, you have the context on how to help your client, but AI now can come in and do the heavy lifting so that you're moving along faster. And you have the capacity to do more. I'm going to switch screens in a second because I have a quick demo, and I hope my internet holds up and so that we're able to go through this quickly. But I want to just show you a quick demo on how you can use Claude as your governance analyst. So we're talking about this idea of when you meet with your clients, bringing up this topic of having a governance framework for AI. What does that mean, and how can you use AI to help your clients along, right? So we're going to switch over real quick to Claude. And I have my Claude screen right here. And so I'm going to copy and paste a fictional company and just a brief about them. And you'll see that it doesn't have sensitive information, but it describes the company enough to give Claude an idea of where I'm going. Let me grab it here. I have it in Word. Okay. And so really quickly, I'm not going to read all of it, but just to give you an idea, Pinnacle Advisory Group is a mid-sized management consulting and financial advisory firm based in Kingston, Jamaica. They employ a staff of 45 people across 4 departments: consulting, finance and accounts, human resources, and business development. And I went ahead and just gave some more details, again, of this fictional company that we made up. So, for example, this is your client. And we're going to plug that into Claude and say this is the profile of the client that we're looking at, right? Then we're going to grab our prompt. And our prompt here says, we're telling Claude, you're a senior AI governance consultant advising Caribbean professional services firm. We want 4 things from you: an executive summary of the firm's overall AI governance risk level, a gap analysis of the 3 core governance dimensions, a Data Protection Act risk assessment, and a prioritized action list of the 5 specific recommendations ranked by urgency. This is a prompt that you can write or adjust to whatever. Forgive me, folks. You can adjust this to whatever, you can adjust this to whatever client that you have or the situation that you have to ensure that the prompt is going to be is fulfilling the needs for what you want, right? Now, as I said, and as Michael has said, any AI platform is a tool. In fact, the way I like to approach it is that my AI tools that I use are interns. And with that, I know that they are not going to produce something that is 100%. Whatever I get from my AI platform, I'm going to be reviewing it. I'm going to have to go through it as the human being, not just for judgment, but for correctness. It should be known by now that AI tools can provide information that is incorrect. They hallucinate, and they will do this as if it is 100% correct. They do this quite convincingly, right? They'll tell you something, and you won't realize unless you use your knowledge and good practice to go through and read through and ensure that the information is correct. All right, I think our thing is ready. So what we asked it for was a gap analysis, an AI governance gap analysis. And it goes through and it gives us a overview and then list a few of the dimensions here. It says no AI policy exists, no data classification framework is in place, no dedicated IT governance officer or data protection officer is in place. I'm not going to read through all the data because we just want to go through and give you, this is a quick live demo to give you a sense of what Claude can do and how you can use it alongside your work. And let's make no mistake, you are the consultant, you know what you're doing, you know how to help your clients. Here you are using Claude as a tool to move things along faster. And so you're going to be reading through these details to ensure that it is correct, that it is in line with what you want to impart to the client, but you're doing so at a speed that no analyst could do, or it would take them quite a bit of time to do. Data Protection Act risk assessment. So Claude has gone ahead and broken it down here. Human resources, finance and accounting, business development, and consulting. And the fourth thing we asked it for was a prioritized action plan. And it lists it in terms of urgency. It says, implement an immediate interim AI use directive. You need to have a policy in place. And when I say you, I mean your clients. If nothing is in place, a policy is absolutely necessary. And a policy is necessary even if your client decides that AI is not something that they want to onboard at this point, right? The policy isn't about using AI. The policy is guiding their employees on what to do and what not to do. So if your client doesn't want to implement or use AI at this time, they still need a policy that will guide their employees on what to do. And so one of the first things that I advise my clients and you should too is to get a policy in place. Get something in place to tell your employees what to do and what not to do. Right? The next thing is they say appoint an internal data protection and AI governance lead. Right? Because of the Data Protection Act, it is easy to slip into non-compliance. And so you want somebody with eyes and ears on this. You want somebody who's been trained, who's keeping track of things, who is able to provide guidance to the rest of the organization on what to do and what not to do. Draft and adopt a formal AI use policy. And it says you need to complete this within 30 days. Conduct mandatory AI literacy training for staff. This is crucial, right? Not just because it's what I do, but AI training is crucial because the more your staff or your client staff is able to recognize artificial intelligence outputs, is the more that they can see risks, the more that they can work better on projects. You really want to get your staff, or the staff needs to have a great degree of AI literacy because they can recognize the risk, recognize external threats, right? and they're able to move in the industry with a greater degree of functionality than those who are untrained. All right. And then it says upgrade AI tool license and establish vendor data protection agreements. Now, there is nothing wrong with some of the free tools or free tiers for the tools that are available out there. ChatGPT has it, Claude has it. But what that means is that the free version, any information that is put into that platform is available for training. The platform can use that as training. So they're putting information out there that can then be used to train that platform. And frankly, once it's out there, it's out there. This is something we know about the internet. The paid tier offers a little bit more protection. Still not an endorsement to say, go ahead and put sensitive information in the paid tier, but you really want to advise your clients and you yourself to stay away from the free tiered versions of these tools if you're using it for work. Now, I have the free tier that we use for, my kids' homework or to, generate a story or a quick letter. There's nothing sensitive. There's nothing material about that I need to be worried about. But for each of these tools, and I think I'm probably a little oversubscribed at this point, I have the paid tier, and that's what I use for work. That's when the thinking comes in. That's how I use it as a workhorse to help me get things done, because I have a little bit more comfort level on what is being used, what my data is being used to do. All right. So if we switch back to this, that was just a really quick demo. I hope I didn't go through it too fast, but that's a really quick demo on how you as a consultant can also use AI to advise your clients about this particular area of governance. It is a crucial area that many customers, many companies out there are missing. And this goes from large to small. Companies are not focusing on the things they need to do prior to implementing AI and starting to use it, right? So we talked about the readiness assessment, policy development, and staff training, and an ongoing audit. And I'd like you to do something for me, right? In the next 30 days, pick up one of your clients and ask them these questions. Do you have a written AI use policy? And written is crucial because it ensures that distribution is equitable across the organization, and it's less subject to interpretation than when you just tell somebody what to do. If they don't have one, then they have a policy gap. Right? Ask them what data is being entered into your AI tools. And it's likely they're going to come back and say, we don't know. We don't know what data is being entered or if data is being entered. And that's a data gap. Because even if they don't know what their employees are doing, your clients need to define what data is allowable and how to treat with data to ensure that they don't get in trouble with the Data Protection Act. And lastly, who is accountable when AI causes a problem? Because guess what? You cannot blame AI, right? The authorities are not going to draw down on ChatGPT or Anthropic to say that your platform did this in our country for this particular client. Your company is going to be liable. And so you want to ensure that you have people who are accountable for the various actions. And not just to have somebody to blame, but as time progresses, you can see where the troubles lie and figure out ways of fixing this problem, right? You want to have a paper trail. You want to be able to do an audit and understand where things went wrong and why. And so that now forms your accountability gap. These are the three things, I held up 4 fingers. These are the 3 things that I think as consultants, you can begin to focus on where governance is concerned, right? I have an AI governance starter kit. It's really just a checklist. I'm going to email it to the organizers and have them share it with everyone. This is a 1-page tool that you can start to use to have this conversation with your clients, right? Or better yet, you can take the checklist, plug it into Claude, and add some of your own element to it. So whatever industry you're in terms of consulting, or whatever your background is, you can adjust this using AI to then go to your clients and make a presentation or start that conversation with them. All right, that's my quick presentation. Are there any questions? Let me go back here. If there are any questions, let me know. I'm here to share my thoughts.
All right, thank you so much, Mark.
Any questions, let me know.
All right, thank you, Mark, and also thanks to Michael as well. So we did have some questions that came up in the chat, and again, great presentations from both of you. It was very good to get the context Michael would have shared in terms of the consultancies and the big fours and how we should focus on our local context. And then Mark, you going directly into the governance, which we know is a major challenge for a lot of organizations and will continue to be a major challenge that consultants will have to be mindful of. So there was a question that came up in the chat. This was Michael after your presentation. So Michael, if you can, well, I don't know if you come on screen, but the question is, how do we build the capacity in the region to store and manage data in the context of the attendant issues of sovereignty, costs, environmental concerns, and other risks? This is coming from Jean-Francois Sonson, if I pronounce your name correctly, Jean? Jean. Okay.
Jean.
My apologies.
Thank you so much for that.
Michael, I'll throw this one to you.
No problem. Thanks, Raquel. Thank you for that question. So that's not a one-pronged approach in terms of a solve for that type of situation. It's going to start with some form of public-private partnership, from the infrastructure side. There has to be case studies that have to be done in terms of environmental impact to build out any type of data centers that we need. I'm sure data centers are here, they're here. But to take on that type of project, we have to look at where we're going to get the ability to cool the data centers. Where it's going to be placed? Is it going to impact local communities? How will we manage that? Yes, it's going to create jobs. Yes, it's going to have a great economic boom, but we have to go back to the genesis of it. How will it impact our environment? How will it impact people? Again, sovereignty is very, very important. So maybe the fix or the solve for that in the short term is to have local data pools where people have their own servers and store on their own private AI to deal with smaller cases. But as capacity and demand grows in terms of the type of compute they will need based on the issues that they'll face or want to solve for, we'll have to do those types of impact assessments before we can get to the stage of that. But as mentioned, it can be done, it can be achieved in this region. I don't see why not. Yes, it's going to take a lot of capital, but the goal is to ensure that we do the right things first from a governance standpoint, as Mark has talked about, not just from in the organization, but to spin up the infrastructure that we need to serve the type of compute requirements that we may be needed in the future. That's my take on it. Mark?
May I comment? Raquel?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Michael. This is a huge undertaking, and we must be deliberate in how we approach it. The Caribbean is not like most other countries or other regions, and so a lot of things that we see happening elsewhere, we have to do things differently to ensure that it suits us. But my real comment, or in addition to that, I wanted to say, as we think about developing our own systems from the top down, we also don't want to completely pull away from what already exists. AI works because of the knowledge that has been shared with it. If it does not have knowledge of something, as far as AI is concerned, it doesn't exist. And so what we don't want to do is create a situation where we have our own infrastructure here in the Caribbean, and then we're shying away from all the other platforms, because if they don't have our articles, our news, our companies, our capabilities, then as the rest of the world that's using those platforms plug in and ask for information, we're not going to be a part of the conversation, and we don't want that. So it's an approach that we'll have to be very cautious about. Building our own system so that we can have sovereignty, I think was one of the terms thrown out there. It's important that we have control and that we're also creating and not just using, but not to withdraw ourselves from the global marketplace because of how AI functions. It means that we won't be a part of that conversation.
Absolutely, Mark. I 100% agree.
All right, thanks. Thanks so much, Mark and Michael. And just the same, there's another question in the chat from Modesta. May I kindly request for the presentations to be shared? It's a lot of rich information. Would love the opportunity to really take the time to appreciate the contents. And just confirming that the presentations will be shared through CIMC, so you'll get access to all the presentations. And moving to another question that came up from Lindell, to build on the previous question, the first question that I asked, what tools and options are available for self-hosting to ensure that data remains within your own premises while using AI tools?
Yes, I can take that one. Great question, Linda. So you could have, like what a lot of people did when OpenClaw came out, they could start with those Mac minis if you're an individual. I know Mark will laugh because he did, I would say, a course on that. And you could check out his content on that. It's really good information. You could check that out. That's something you could start with if you're a solo founder looking to build, or individual professional that wants to build something local that you own, that's not on any public network and within your own confines to do your own type of testing. But be cautious of the points that Mark made in his last comment about being away from, the public information or being part of that data storytelling that, on that global scale. You'd want to be a part of access to that information to make better insights and better recommendation. But again, to your question, holistically, one of the tools that you could use Ollama, which is from Meta. It's an open source model. There are a few Chinese models that you can use, but an option for you is you could use a private VPS that you could rent some form of cloud compute that is not connected to the internet, but you would only have access to that infrastructure, and you'd rent that compute from one of those companies like Hostinger, for example, that you could deploy these models onto to test in that type of private environment, Linda. Hopefully that answered your question. So you could look at, having a Mac Mini or a device that's completely offline, like an older laptop, that you could use, or you could buy a new one because NVIDIA just launched something new for Microsoft with a new Spark embedded CPUs, which is some CUDA cores and of course CPU technology first of its kind. You may want to look into that for future. But again, to start small, you could use Ollama on Hostinger to really test in a little private environment, rent some compute on a monthly basis to determine if that's the route that you want to go before you invest more money to have physical infrastructure built on site.
All right, thanks, Michael. Appreciate that response. Not seeing any other questions in the chat, so I think that we are good to go in terms of the Q&A segment, and of course the slides will also be shared as well. So thank you both so much for sharing your insights, and I know that it was extremely valuable. I enjoyed both presentations, and we just pass on to the next speakers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raquel. And thanks again to the presenters, Michael Mullings, Mark Frankson, and of course, Raquel Seville herself, who is currently the president of the Jamaica Technology and Digital Alliance. We're going into a short break, again, a short 5-minute break. And then right after that, we are going to have a spin the wheel giveaway. So we hope you come back for that, right? And just take take some time, get a coffee, get tea, grab a snack, and we look forward to the final segment where we will have 2 presenters again, and we hope you stay with us. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your snack. And now we're going to go into a nice giveaway. But before we do that, let me give you some information on one of the courses we offer at the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants. It is the International Standards Organization 27,700 course in management consultancy. And this course provides guidelines and standards for management consultants. This is an excellent foundation course for individuals who, you don't have to be a management consultant to take this course, because it covers a broad array of standards in the, a broad array of standards, providing the framework to enhance your consultancy practice or as a solopreneur. The upcoming course is July 14th to 15th, and we encourage you to register for that course. But before you do that, there's an opportunity to win a chance to win a free option to attend in July. And so we're going to go into a spin the wheel. So if you are online at this conference, we are going to spin the wheel and select a participant. So take it away, Danny. All right. Our winner is Marie Matthews. Is Marie online now? Can you indicate in the chat if you're online? Marie, are you online to accept? Marie Matthews? Okay. Okay, wonderful. Marie is on. So congratulations for winning the course. Also, if you register today, you will get 20% off. And if you visit the CIMC booth in the expo area, you can register for the course there. Alrighty, so now we're going to go into our final segment, which is also called AI in Practice. We have two presenters, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce them now. Our first presenter is Mr. Roy Biakpara. Roy is a governance, risk, compliance, and cybersecurity and AI governance leader with over 20 years of experience helping organizations manage risk, strengthen resilience, and drive responsible innovation. He is the founder and managing director of CyberPath Insight Limited, based in the United Kingdom, where he advises organizations on cybersecurity, AI governance, privacy, digital transformation, and operational resilience. He holds a MSc in Information Security, alongside other certifications, including CISSP, CISM, and CRISC. Roy is passionate about helping leaders build trusted digital ecosystems where innovation and accountability work hand in hand. His work focuses on the intersection of technology, governance, risk, and organizational trust. I'll also introduce our second speaker, who is Ms. Nadine Matthews Blair. Nadine is an AI consultant and educator and the founder and CEO of Crescent Advisory Group, where she helps individuals and organizations build confidence using AI through practical human-centered training. She also advises enterprises on AI and digital transformation strategy and sustainable execution. With over 20 years of experience at McKinsey and Company, JP Morgan Chase, and the National Commercial Bank in Jamaica, she has led initiatives including the launch of the Caribbean's first Agile Software Development Lab and the rollout of AI-powered banking products. A LinkedIn top voice for AI and digital strategy, Nadine is known for workshops, and participants describe her as life-changing and the most valuable training or trainer of the year. She holds an MBA from Wharton and has completed AI training at institutions including MIT and the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Nadine currently chairs the Jamaica Artificial Intelligence Association Advisory Board and co-founded the I Am the Code Caribbean, dedicated to the digital and AI upskilling of underserved youth. Please help me to welcome both presenters. Mr. Roy Biakpara will go first.
Thank you, and I'm really privileged to be here. This, on my side, it's evening, but I guess on your side, it's still bright and sunny. So that was a wonderful presentation by Charmaine there. I couldn't have done better even if I tried. Like she said, I am the founder and what I call lead or principal advisor of Cyberpath Insight Limited. And today, I'm not here to speak about resilience or compliance even, but about something that even the best algorithms will struggle to fulfill, and that is the trust gap. We have heard speakers talk about so many fascinating things, which are very important and crucial to us. And some of those things will come to bear in this session that I'll be leading here right now. And that is the trust gap, the missing architecture of AI innovation. We're building so much at such an alarming speed, but I want us to kind of see this as the harness that holds us back a bit to say, hold on a minute, what about the humans that are going to be using this innovation? Do they trust it? And so you'll see what we'll be talking about as we go further. It is about the next digital frontier in regards to risk and innovation. Okay, so we've done my introduction. If I offered you, this is a question to everyone in the room today. If I offered you a self-driving car today, would you get in and go to sleep? So a self-driving car is offered to you. Would you get in? And if you did get in, would you go to sleep? Honest answers, please. So if you just put it in the chat, if I offered you a self-driving car today, would you get in that? So 2 questions. Would you get in? And second, if you did get in, would you go to sleep? Okay, we've seen some interesting answers so far. Okay, so you see, The problem is not that technology cannot drive. It's not that we are not innovating. There is the innovation. There is where we are right now. We can see things happening. Okay. But the problem is that we do not yet trust it. Trust is not given a la carte. Trust must be earned. In so many things, trust must be earned. Okay? So I want you to hold on to that because we are talking about two things here now. The capability of AI, which has seen its explosion because adoption is accelerating. A very interesting presentation that Mark gave and mentioned and even demonstrated the use of some AI tools. So this is about the different AI tools that we see in so many places around the world. This from Grandview Research and McKinsey as well, showing that 1.8 trillion projected global AI market by 2030. We're talking about trillions, we're talking about dollars. Yeah, 1.8 trillion projected global AI market. That's the value. 77% of companies are exploring or already using AI. This was as at 2024, 77%. And if you consider what we're talking about, the acceleration, see where it was 2 years ago, by now, and by 2030, you can only imagine where it'll be in terms of adoption. 100 million ChatGPT users reached in just 2 months. Compare that to how long it took YouTube to hit that number, or any other platform that you know, Twitter as an example, Facebook. It took them much longer, but AI is going a whole lot faster than that. And as consultants, we must know where to plug in. Now, we're not just in it for the money, even though that's good, but we need to ensure that trust is architected into AI. That's what we're talking about today. Okay, this explosion is real. The momentum is unmistakable, but still something is missing. Okay, step by step, we'll see how that comes in. And look at the last statistic there. 300 million jobs are exposed to AI. But do we know all of them in our organizations? For all of our clients, do they know all of their AI systems? 300 million jobs exposed to AI. And that was by Goldman Sachs. Yeah? Globally impacted reach in terms of roles that are impacted. Now, the real barrier that we see is similar to what has occurred over the years in our human existence. Electricity in the 1880s, there was resistance or there was a lack of trust until they got used to it, until we got used to it. Similarly, in aviation, as a matter of fact, some still have a fear of flying, but aviation as a whole now is much more easier to see as a common occurrence. But before that, there was a lack of trust to fly. Yeah, the Wright brothers can tell you a little bit about that. Online banking, especially for the elders, still today, there's a lack of trust. And because we've heard of so many dangers in terms of scammers and hackers. Yeah, it was a whole lot worse in the 1990s. The adoption is so much better today, but it had a trust issue back in the 90s. And now, cloud computing. Now, we are not in a room. Previously, we would have to be in the same canopy or the same conference hall to hold an event such as this. But cloud computing has made it possible for us to do this. In the 2000s, it had a trust problem. Okay, so what we are seeing with AI and the lack of trust is something that has happened before. And we can use the lessons learned in all of these cases to build trust in, because none of them succeeded because they worked. That was not why they succeeded. They succeeded because society learned to trust them. They earned the trust of society. Okay? And as such, AI is not different. we've heard speakers talk to us about the capability of AI. And right here now, let's look at the three frontiers of AI. You might think of others, but regarding the theme today, these are the three questions, the three frontiers, and eventually which one of them matters. Capability, that's where the hype lives. That's where what AI is doing currently is. Everyone knows about the capability of AI, what AI can do, whether it's ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, autonomous systems, AI agents, healthcare diagnostics. The capability of AI is undeniable. That's the first frontier. The second one is responsibility. And we have heard speakers talk about that. Governance, what AI should do, the harness, don't go too far. Is it fair? Is it risky? Is it safe? Is it explainable? Is it secure? How do we trust it? Okay, what AI should do and even what it should not do. And the third frontier is the trust. That's where black boxes are. It's an AI system, but what does it do? How was it built? Who's behind it? Where does it send my personal data? If it does use my personal data, have you told me about that? So systems must be transparent. This is where people are asking, what will AI do? Okay, what they believe AI will do, whether risk will be managed, whether there will be compensation if risk occurs, if risk happens, because nothing is perfect. They have that mindset already. As humans, we ask these questions. So who would I contact? Who will fight for me? Accountability must exist. And also, outcomes are predictable. These outcomes are tied to objectives. Objectives are goals. What is it out to achieve? Is the AI system supposed to take me from point A to B? What is that point A? What is that point B? Did I have any contributions, determination to where the point B is? That's what the third frontier is, the trust. I want the AI to tell me the time. I want it to wake me up. I've been asked the question and I've contributed to it. That is the third frontier. Okay? Now, are all these things easy to achieve? No, because people don't trust AI. There are black boxes, like I told you. They're opaque. When AI makes a decision, whether it denies you a loan, it denies you from hiring a car that you want online, whether it is flagging a suspect or describing a suspect as well, declining a medical claim, typically there's no explanation. Or if there's an explanation, it is in the small print. As well, when you're signing up to something, it is asking you whether you are a robot. It cannot tell if you're a real person, and you have to go through a lot of hoops. Okay? Humans cannot trust what they cannot understand. When AI makes a mistake, who is responsible? Okay? We want to get rid of those black boxes. And then in the world of technology and AI, of course, now, there is what is regarded and seen in so many times embedded bias, where AI inherits the typical biases that have always existed. Okay, historical data inherits historical prejudices. Hiring algorithms will have the same prejudices in terms of deciding who to hire, not based on who is best. It will decide, it will look at gender, it will look at background, it will look at ethnicity. It will inherit all those biases. That's what has been seen so far. Criminal risk scores and stuff like that. That exists. So people don't trust AI for embedded bias. Also, there have been high-profile failures, whether it's from Boeing's MCAS system to healthcare chatbot misdiagnosis. Each public failure just creates more fear, just creates more distrust in systems. Okay? And then, of course, privacy and surveillance as well. Personal data leaks and breaches have caused humans with every interaction to not trust AI. Okay, so this is the problems we have to surmount. But I think for me, the best trust experiment that the world has had came with COVID about 6 years ago. It was the greatest stress test for trust in a generation. And that's where a lot of the lessons, especially for me and my experience in my consulting world and my training, has led me to pick from. Because we can see where AI succeeded in that, and we can also compare it to the trust paradox. Now, DeepMind AlphaFold solved the protein folding problem in Medicare, where it accelerated vaccine design by years. And one of those places, one of those that used it was Moderna. It used AI to design its vaccines in just 2 days. It generated a lot of controversy and questions. And I'm not here to say whether it's right or wrong, but we all know how AI can speed up stuff. Okay, so in terms of successes, it is regarded as a success because it turned around the creation of an mRNA vaccine in 2 days. Unheard of. Now, AI contact tracing as well. The apps reduced transmission in South Korea and Taiwan. What was unique about South Korea and Taiwan was that they already had what we call the trust bubble. It didn't happen because of the pandemic, but because they already had a trust in their medical systems, in the way they create vaccines, in the way they administer the vaccines as well. So there was a trust bubble. And so South Korea and Taiwan were able to do that contact tracing using AI, and it was positive for them at least. Also, predictive models helped hospitals manage ICU surge capacity in the places where they were used. So those are areas where AI succeeded. Populations that trusted health institutions adopted AI-assisted interventions more readily, where I talk about the trust bubble. But you see, in those areas where the administrators and the governments had not taken time to address these trust issues, it created more of a problem. And of course, there were delays in adoption and in administration of the vaccines as well. So COVID provided us with a lot of lessons, and you'll see how we have decided to build it basically in architecting trust in terms of AI adoption. Okay, so this distrust that society has for AI has a cost. Okay, it causes delayed innovation. Organizations hesitate while competitors advance. Okay, one of the areas where this delay comes in is in the testing. You need test cases to ensure that test cases and also sign-offs with the end users. And if you don't have them, and especially the right amount of the right number of people to use for, it causes delays. There's also wasted investment. From studies by Gartner, it shows that billions are spent on AI projects that never reach production. Here in the UK, there's a lot of, I'm not going to name names, but in the health sector, so much has been spent on AI projects that never reach production. And a lot of the time, it was because of a lack of trust. Reputational damage as well. One AI failure can destroy public confidence for years. Now look at it. Delayed innovation. We want to get things, we have a deadline, we want to hit that deadline, but we can't. There's a creep. Okay? That all can also cause the wasted investment. There's a cost when you don't hit your timeline or your deadline, your target in terms of time. And of course, if there's a failure in AI, it affects, because remember, there have been public cases of reputational damage or failure. So one AI failure, everybody's going into a new world, and if almost every AI system that does so much also has a very big reputation, has a name, and if that name crumbles, it affects the trust that is still being managed to build. Okay, so that is where the hidden cost of distrust comes in. Okay, and we as consultants need to figure out a way to push for this trust to be adopted, or at least to see that it is being accepted. And what we have created in Cyberpark Insight is what we call the trust triangle as part of our development methodology. It is 3 pillars. We already know about the capability. We called it the frontiers when we started, and that was AI capability. We saw what was possible. But if you remove innovation, what happens? If there's no AI, we go back to the old days. Okay? Like I said, many of the speakers have talked about accountability. Who is responsible? So we are seeing that we need someone that we can hold accountable. If it affects me, there must be someone I can go to speak to that will address my concerns, or at least compensate me one way or the other. It happens in so many areas of life. That's where governance is. Who is responsible? If we remove governance, everything breaks because there is no one responsible. Everybody is just there doing it. Okay, there's no direction. And finally, trust, what people believe. Remember, we saw it as a frontier. So we are going to address those 3 frontiers. The last one being trust. We need a methodology to build this in terms of the innovation that we're seeing. We need responsibility and we need to build trust, whether, as Mark put it, from the top down or from the bottom up. There needs to be trust. Okay? And that's where we all come in. This is the International Consultants Day, and I'm trying to help us see that we can be more than our title. So the new consultant is what I refer to as the trust architect. Traditionally, we get the question, how do we grow? But in terms of AI, and as consultants, I want us to see that we must help them question us correctly. How do we innovate responsibly? We must make them responsible. We are consultants, so we can be seen as the strategists depending on where we play our cards, seeing the big picture beyond just the technology. We are translators, looking at the requirements, the law, the regulation. Okay, we want to bridge the gap between technology and business, interpreting requirements, because many times they open the standards, they open the regulations, and they don't understand what it's saying. So we must build or help them see it or push them through the requirements without them needing to go through it line by line. So we are the translators. We are also the risk navigator. We are charting safe paths through uncertainty. And finally, most importantly, we are the trust architect. We are building confidence in digital features. The future is there. Innovation is coming. Innovation is accelerating. We want to show that we'll be there with them through. Okay? So we are trust architect. That's the future we must build. We must design for explainability, transparency. We see AI, we know what it's going to do, we know where it's going to take us. Okay? Every AI system that affects human interface must be able to explain its reasoning. What is the business purpose? What is the description of the AI? It must not be a black box. I must understand everything the AI is going to do. Okay? It must be there somewhere for me to find. It must not be hard for me to, it must not be too small prints that I will not have time to read. Okay? If we are talking about perplexity, if you are talking about whatever name it's given, I must know what it's going to do for me and how it's going to affect me. We must govern with proportionality. Regulation must match the stakes. And that's something that the EU AI Act has brought in to say if an AI system is going to work with personal data and medical records as an example, we will class it as whether high risk, medium risk, low risk, so that we govern with proportionality. In criminal justice, healthcare, and finance, it demands rigorous oversight. But if you are just using it for your own, say, as an example, was the co-pilot for work, we could say, and it's not affecting personal data, that can be low risk. So govern with proportionality. Also, we must invest in public AI literacy. Remember, trust must be earned. And if you do not invest in addressing the ignorance, if you allow me to say, that is there right now, then of course, it will take quite some time to earn that trust. We must also build feedback loops. Feedback loops in that, just like we see in this presentation tonight, there's the opportunity for people to ask questions and for us to address those questions. If users, end users, corporations, and organizations have questions about the way AI is built, about the way it affects them or could affect them potentially, then there must be a way for us to address that. That is the feedback loop we're talking about. So the trust architect, like I said, transparency, there must be explainability. Yeah, we're not going to add trust at the end. It is trust by design. You may have heard of security by design. You may have heard of privacy by design, even safety by design. Different industries have taken this into the way they operate. In aviation, it is safety first. In data protection, GDPR, and the rest of them, it is privacy first. Yeah, privacy by design. So for us now, the AI consultant, it is trust by design from the ground up. We must build it with our AI systems in whatever way we do it, whether we are providers, whether we are users, whether we are partners, AI partners. There are different roles that we may play. Okay, so we need to be contributing to this trust by design, making sure the AI system is secure. Okay, because it is predictable right from when it is when the inception takes place. It is fair and ethical. It is embedded in the way it is built, and then of course continuous monitoring. Okay, so great technology builds capability, the first frontier, but trusted technology builds the future. Okay, and so it brings us to address a question that has come up with previous speakers, the question of governance. How will we embed governance? Very good, because ISO 42001 is an artificial intelligence management system. ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, they create standards every time there's a challenge of trust. Oh, I don't trust this situation in the way it affects the public. That also includes me. So I want you all to do something for me. Check ISO 3103 and tell me what standard that is. ISO 3103. ISO 3103. And someone please tell me what you find. Can someone tell me what they found? ISO 3103. Can one of the tech teams, I can't see if anyone is responding right now. Can you let me know if someone has responded, please? Very good. Ambassador Dr. Claudius Prevail has responded. Yeah? a standardized method for brewing tea? Thank you. Anna K has answered as well, and so has Lindell. Very good. It's a document, a standard for brewing tea, because there was a demand for high quality tea. We don't want to go to a hotel, pay for a 5-star service, and they can't even make us good tea. Okay, so ISO, as an international body, they create standards anywhere there's a market demand, anywhere there's a challenge in an industry. They come together, they have a process they go through to create standards. So ISO 42001, there is a trust challenge. There is an assurance challenge. People are not confident in all AI systems. So ISO have come up with a standard. Remember, I mentioned the EU AI Act. That is a regulation that organizations in the EU have to comply to. ISO 42001 is there to help them meet that challenge. The challenge of trust, the challenge of assurance, the challenge of a regulation. Okay? Look at what it allows us to do. Transparency, explainability. It allows you to explain what your AI system is for. It helps you put an AI system documentation that people will go and read and understand, a business purpose, right? A description of the AI system. Stakeholder communication, that feedback loop we talked about. Accountability, it allows you to select leadership. Who is responsible for this AI system? Ownership of all your AI systems, and also AI committee, roles and responsibilities. There's someone that we can talk to. There's a governance structure. It allows you to build accountability in. Okay. Security, there's a section for AI risk management. If it's a high risk, it allows you to prioritize your risks, your AI systems according to risk. And that is a requirement in the EU AI Act, that not all AI systems should be treated the same because they are used differently. The risks they pose are different. So ISO 42001 allows you to do a risk assessment, to put controls in place for the risks that you find. And those controls are not just controls for the sake of them. They are resilience controls. That means they will get hit, but they will survive and keep going. Yeah, resilience controls. And what does that do? It improves trust, because much more than just the risks that you find, it allows you to do bias management. We've already seen with accountability, human oversight. And for those of us who have been here and have paid attention, we kept on hearing human in the loop, human in the loop. ISO 42001 ensures that we have a human in the loop, especially for high-risk items. Somebody will have a view of what the AI is doing. AI doesn't decide. It helps us decide, it assists us, but final decision is in the human. Okay? And there are responsible AI principles defined that ISO 42001 allows us to build. And finally, the continuous improvement we talked about. So, ISO 42001 operationalizes the AI governance we'll be talking about. Responsibility, accountability. It is not a standard about artificial intelligence, no. It is a standard about creating confidence, this trust challenge we've been talking about, in any AI system. And that's why it's called an artificial intelligence management system. It allows you to manage every AI system. Okay? These are some real world front lines, examples of trust done right across industries. In healthcare, Mayo Clinic partnered with Google to deploy AI diagnostics, but they built mandatory clinician review, human oversight, and they published their validation data openly. Okay, 94% physician adoption within 18 months. That was the result. In finance, JP Morgan's COIN coin platform uses AI to review legal documents. saving 360,000 hours of lawyer time annually. Lawyers were brought into the design process from day one, so they really built genuine buy-in. And if you go to energy, you see DeepMind and Google Wind. DeepMind's AI optimized wind farm energy output by 20%, but only after operators were given full visibility into the model's recommendations and the ability to override in real time. Okay, so that human intervention is still there. Finally, Siemens AI is used to augment engineering decisions through transparent models, operational controls, performance monitoring, and clear accountability for outcomes. Human experts validate critical recommendations before action is taken. And what is common in all of this? There's governance, there's risk management, there are controls or security, there's compliance to laws, to requirements, to regulation. There is assurance. What's the assurance? An external party checking, different separation of duty, someone else checking the work of some other people, not me claiming things, but someone else having an oversight and seeing that we've done that. And in some cases, even a certificate is issued. So that's across the board. That's what's common across the board. Governance, risk management, security, compliance, assurance, and human oversight. Okay, so I'll just quickly round up now. There's a tool that operationalizes ISO 42001. It is called Assurance Loop. Okay, it takes you through knowing all your AI systems, doing a risk assessment, and of course, assurance as well. Everything we talked about, Assurance Loop helps you do. System inventory, controls, conformity, the compliance we talked about, and all of this is provable to a third party because you can get the auditors or assessors to log in and see what ISO 42001 evidence you've put together. So thank you. If there are any questions, I'll take them now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Were we going to take questions for Roy, or should I jump in? Okay, we have joint Q&A after. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadine Matthews-Blair. I'm going to jump in. Great presentation, Roy. Please let me know if you're seeing my screen. If the moderators could just help me out and comment audio to let me know if you're seeing my screen. My name is Nadine Matthews-Blair. I won't reintroduce myself. Ms. Charmaine did an amazing job. And what I want to talk about today is Claude. I selected Claude because many persons are familiar with ChatGPT. Claude, I find to be a very powerful assistant. AI assistant is created by a company called Anthropic and has a number of capabilities that I think are quite useful for consultants. I myself am a consultant. I run a boutique consulting firm. And thanks to AI tools, I'm able to remain a solopreneur for the most part, unless I bring groups together, because I'm able to leverage the power of AI to do a lot of things. And so I want to demonstrate some of the capabilities today as consultants. People ask us for advice. And in the age of AI, it's important that we build our own confidence with AI by learning the tools so that we can provide advice. Because many of us, we're advising on something that we probably did for many years and we're experts in it. We're experts in it because we did it. And so same thing with AI, we're going to do it so that we feel confident and comfortable, and then we can provide some good guidance and advice. So a little bit more about Claude. I would say prior to 2026, ChatGPT by OpenAI was the predominant large language model platform. But as of this month, with the announcement of an IPO, Claude has surpassed OpenAI in terms of, I should say, Anthropic, the company that makes the product, has surpassed OpenAI in terms of its valuation. Annualized revenue at 47 billion is also the leading revenue generator among the LLMs. None of these platforms are profitable just yet. We saw a similar dynamic in the .com era. And so I'm not yet sure that I am concerned about that, because that's the case normally with tech companies. Revenue first and then profit. So today I'm going to show you a number of demos. I've pre-recorded or pre-started the demos just because I know how the internet can go. All of these will be done in Claude, and what I have prepared are the prompts that I use so you can screenshot and try it on your own. I've been given 20 minutes and I want to be honest with time, and so I won't go into as much detail as I would love to. If you see something that you believe can be helpful, I would just love if you could type 1 in the chat. So today I'm going to show you how Claude can be leveraged to do financial analysis, deep research, summarizing large documents, creating executive dashboards, creating spreadsheets, doing simple automations with something called Claude Skills, managing projects, and then finally creating presentations. So let me know if you're ready. Let me check the chat. Are you ready? Type yes if you're ready. All right, I'm going to bring back up my screen because I know there's a little bit of a lag in terms of the comments. So the first thing I like to do is just to show persons how to personalize and secure their AI platforms. Now there's a comparable to this in ChatGPT as well. If you go into the main menu of your AI assistant, at the bottom left, you'll see your name. When I click on that, I'm going to go to settings. In the settings area, I have an opportunity to define certain things. I'm able to give Claude very specific instructions in terms of how I write, the things that I like to include, my bio, and I even have in here my brand colors. And you'll see why that becomes important later, because Claude, by default, produces artifacts, Word documents, PowerPoint presentations using my brand colors. So I like to share that. And if you want to know how to get your writing style, all you have to do is upload a few things that you've written and ask AI to act as an expert ghostwriter and describe your writing style and put that in here. Then I'm going to take you to privacy, because it's really important that we make sure that the AI is not training on our data if we don't want it to. And so in Claude, you'll see it has location metadata. That's to improve your experiences or help improve Claude. I recommend that my clients toggle that off, because if you don't toggle it off, your data is being used to train the models. And then Claude also has something called connectors. So when these assistants started, you basically would type something and get feedback. But we work with process flows. And so the chatbots were not able to really enable process flows because it was just connected to It was just a chatbot essentially. So today you can connect your LLM, you can connect Claude to many different platforms. So I have connected Claude to my Calendly account, my Canva account, my Fathom AI note taker, Gamma, my Gmail, my Google Calendar, my Google Drive, QuickBooks, which is new for SMEs, Microsoft 365 and Notion and Zoom. And so because it's connected to Claude, I can start to do lots of cool things in terms of pulling processes together. If we go back to the main screen, I just want to show us that we can have private conversations with Claude and ChatGPT. So in the top right is typically an incognito button. And if you don't want something to be stored in memory, then you can turn on that incognito button and then have the chat. But you can't exit it midway, so you have to be sure that it's not something that you want stored. One of my favorite features in Claude is projects. And so many times we are working on something and we want to keep everything together. So you see, I created a project just for International Consultants Day. Happy International Consultants Day, by the way, so that I didn't have many different random chats that I had to search for when I was looking back for it. I put my projects together so that I can always go in and find things that are relevant. So one of the things about projects, and I'll just create a new one, when you create it, you're actually allowed to upload, give instructions, create memory, and then upload files that you're going to be constantly referencing as part of that workflow or project. And so it's much nicer than having the conversations in the regular chat. And so projects is one of those capabilities that I highly recommend, in addition to connecting your connectors. So I'm going to start with financial analysis. And the examples that I'm going to do today are designed around Butterfield Bank. They recently announced the acquisition of CIBC in the Caribbean. And so I said, I want to learn more about this organization. So it was timely that I could use it as a use case. So I went and found the annual report for 2025 for Butterfield, and I uploaded it into Claude, and you'll see the prompt on the right that I used, and this is for you. And so let me show you, these are some screenshots of the financial analysis that it put together, but I'll go over to Claude and show you what this looks like. So remember, type 1 in the chat if this is something that could help you. So uploaded the annual report. I wanted just kind of some visualization on the key insights, and Claude was able to put this together. And by the way, it asked me what color scheme I wanted. Did I want my own color scheme, or did I want Butterfield? And I selected Butterfield, and it pulled this report together. The next thing I did was I asked it to summarize this very large file, because as consultants, we work with very large files. And many of us are probably still doing this, but this was a 192-page document. And I was able to give it this prompt to take it down to 1 to 2 pages. So this is the prompt. You're an expert financial investment analyst. My prompt normally follows a particular formula. It describes who the person is. It gives it an objective. It gives it as much context as possible. And then I give it an opportunity to ask me clarifying questions. I treat my AI assistant very much like an assistant or a very smart intern that knows a lot but doesn't have the domain expertise that I have. So I have to give it a lot of context. So again, this is the chat that I did where I entered the prompt. And this is Claude asking me a number of follow-up questions. And in this case, I asked it to put the one-pager in my brand format, which is black and gold. And this is what we see here, that it's pulled together quite nicely. The third thing that I did with the same annual report was said, help me create some executive dashboards. And this is the simple prompt that I used to ask it to build out some dashboards for me from the Butterfield annual report, which is public, did not put any sensitive data here. So here is an HTML spreadsheet, dashboard that it built. And it actually has multiple tabs. So this is the overview tab. And I can actually scroll down and see different sections. It also has a profitability and returns tab, all of it in Butterfield branding. By the way, this took about 7 minutes to pull together with just that prompt and just the annual report. Now, what I would say is, in the same way you would check an intern's work or an assistant's work, you do want to check the work of AI because, again, you are the expert, but this allows you to get something on paper very quickly. And so because this is in HTML, you see I can scroll over the points and it actually picks up. So it created that in HTML, and then it also has a spreadsheet version as well that it created, again, with multiple tabs. I tend to like the HTML versions because you can send the link to your clients, or you can go through the sheet with them in front of you. The next thing that I did was I used Claude to spread the numbers. So as consultants, we probably have been there where we were the ones spreading the numbers. We may or may not have an analyst. So I took that big annual report, 190 odd pages, as I would have shared, and I uploaded it and I told it, put this in a spreadsheet for me. So one of the things I did that with recently was there was a report that came out on social media of the top 50 companies in the Caribbean by revenues. And I didn't want to put that in a spreadsheet myself. I downloaded the post from Instagram. I uploaded it into Claude, and Claude created the spreadsheet for me. So here it is. It put the income statement together. It put the performance ratios together, the segment performance, the balance sheet, the wealth segment. And so in 5 to 10 minutes, you have something where you're on your way, where you can start the analyses without delay. And this is the prompt that I use for your reference. Deep research is one of the capabilities that I use all the time. So whenever I am about to start an engagement or I have a prospect, I do deeper research on them. And in Claude, if we go to the chat and we click the plus sign, we hit research, and that's the starting point to getting something that is, in the case of Butterfield, I got research that was 11 pages long, as opposed to something that's just a paragraph. So based on this deep research prompt, I'm able to get company history, their business strategy, overview of their executives and board, some financial data, what is the employee sentiment. Many clients in the Caribbean don't realize that our employees are posting on platforms like Glassdoor and Indeed. And so you can pick up some of that. Customer sentiment, what customers are saying about them online, competitive industry, all of that. And so this one takes longer. It's not a, tell me about Butterfield and you get something back in 5 seconds. This actually will take about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how much information there is out there on the topic, but it will come back with a very detailed report. And like I said, in this case, I got an 11-page report on Butterfield Bank based on this prompt. So steal all of these prompts. This is using the deep research feature in Claude. This one I'm gonna do live, so let's fingers crossed. One of the features I love the most is Claude Skills. And this allows you to create a mini automation for things that you do over and over again. So if you're always sending out pitches and proposals, drafting contracts, creating board reports, creating content, cover letters, then you don't want to start from scratch every single time. You want to build a skill so that you can do this in minutes. So I'm gonna come off this a little bit. I'm gonna go back. I'm seeing some ones, so tell me which ones that you've liked so far while I pull up the demo of 2 of the skills that I've built. So one skill that I've built is creating my AI workshop proposals. I do it all the time, so I've created a skill. And so what I've done is I've trained it on proposals that I've done before. I have outlined the specific sections that I want to include. There's a section on research, which prompts it to go and do research on what's happening in the market for that particular, proposal. And so today, when a client wants an AI workshop, I ask them to fill out a brief survey. And then I use that survey to help to tailor the proposal. I actually use the survey plus an in-person conversation, but I'm uploading a sanitized version of an intake form today. And all I'm gonna do is call my workshop proposal skill by using /AI workshop proposal. And it's going to take that sanitized response and come back and ask me a couple of questions because that's what it's trained to do. But we're starting at 105 and I just want to show you kind of how quickly you can get something on paper using a Claude skill as opposed to writing it from scratch every single time. So in the meantime, if you could just drop in the chat, how long does it take you to prepare your sales proposals or your sales pitches today? So you see Claude is reading what I uploaded and it's thinking. We want it to think. 4.8 Opus is the most complex model so far. So it's pulling all of that together. But let me go over to the chat and see how long does it take you to put together your sales proposals. Not seeing anything yet. All right, let me go back up to Claude. It's pulling in some statistics. So while it's doing that, I'm going to do another demo. So I have a standard meeting transcript skill. So some of us may have AI note takers, and sometimes persons just forward the notes from the meeting, which is not best practice. And so I have a template that I like to use for the meeting. So I take the transcript from the same meeting, but then I put it into my own format, and then I review it, and then I send it back to the participants in the meeting. All right, so it's working on that. And while it works on that, I'm going to show you how to do project management. So some of this is confidential, so I can't show everything, but I showed you the connectors earlier. Claude has a desktop application called Claude Cowork. And so I connect my Claude Cowork to my Google Docs and my Notion. The screenshot that you're seeing here is Claude pulling from my Google Docs all the notes from my meetings and then translating that into action items that it automatically pre-populates into Notion without me doing anything. So I have the action items ready to go to update and share with the team just based on a simple workflow that I would have created with Claude Cowork. Let's see. All right, so this is the proposal 109. So this is a proposal draft. You see it has an executive summary, workshop overview, content, deliverables, KPIs, investment, additional services, my bio, and next steps. So I'm just going to tell it to put it in Word. Normally, I would check that over, make sure I'm okay with that. Here we have the notes from my meeting put in the format that I like. So it gives meeting metadata, purpose and context, meeting summary and takeaways, attendees, advisory or contracted support, key topics, and you see it's still going. So again, this has been done, decisions made, strategic signals and leadership priorities, unresolved issues, and action items. So these are things that I want to have in all my contact reports. So I've built a skill so that it delivers that over and over again consistently without me needing to draft it from scratch. And then I'll wait a second to show you how it creates the proposal in Word for me while we move forward to showing you how with Claude, you can connect it to Gamma if you have an account or Canva, and it can create presentations, or you can create the presentations directly in Claude itself. So this is a wait, let me go back and let me make sure you have this. Let me make sure you can screenshot how to create a Claude skill of your own. So once you identify the things you do repeatedly and that you have some kind of template, then you will use this prompt directly in a chat in Claude, and anything that I highlight in yellow, that's an opportunity for you to customize and make it your own. So you're going to put in this prompt. You're an expert systems designer and productivity architect. I am who are you, work in this industry, and I want you to help me automate or improve creating board reports. This is how I currently handle it. This is an example of what a good report looks like, because if you were training a new team member or an intern, you would give them examples of what good looks like. And so once you put this in, Claude will draft the skill, you'll review it and make sure you're okay with it. And once you're okay with it, you'll save it. And then the next time you're ready to deploy it, you just call it by saying / board report or whatever you named it. You upload any context and it would be able to do that for you in minutes as opposed to hours. So this is the proposal that was generated for me, that you can see that it's already in my brand standards and template, right? As the executive summary, the workshop overview, the objectives, the pricing, information about me. It is in Word, ready to download and ready to go. And we started this at 1:06. Now, again, like an intern, you're going to review their work. You're going to make sure you're okay with it. But at the end of the day, you're talking now about a process that can take minutes as opposed to hours. So in terms of presentation, I would have put a simple prompt. I took a link from Butterfield's website. I took this link about the announcement of the CIBC acquisition, and then I put it in Claude, and I asked it to create a presentation with Canva. You have to be connected to your Canva account to do that, and you do that by setting up your connectors in settings. So when you do that with Canva, Canva will always give you a number of options to select from, and you pick the one that you like the most. So you can open it in Canva to edit it further, right? Including changing it to your brand standards if you want to do that, or editing the content some more. I did this with Gamma as well, another presentation platform that I quite like. I pretty much used the same prompt. It created it in Gamma, and one of the things I love about Gamma, and this is going to be useful for persons that operate in multiple countries where they speak multiple languages. One of the great things that Gamma can do is that there's agents in Gamma, and I can have it translate the presentation to another language in minutes. So I'm just going to translate this to Spanish. And so we'll see that it's editing the slides. It calls them cards. And it's going to translate that in just a few minutes. So we see that, right? Butterfield adquirirá CIBC en un acuerdo de $1.8 mil millones. So the agent was able to quickly translate los números que importan in minutos to another language. And then finally, this is the same prompt, but having the presentation developed in my own brand standard. So if you remember in the settings, I defined what those colors were. And so this is Claude creating a presentation using that same link about the acquisition in my own brand standards with all the graphics and everything. I did not define it. I just put this simple prompt. Please create a 5 to 8 presentation based on this article. So hopefully everyone can see a little bit about why I love Claude and how it helps me a lot as a solopreneur. I just want to show quickly Claude Cowork. I can't show a lot, but I get a daily morning brief, and it includes a scan of my emails, top priorities for the day. So you'll see that it reminded me that I need to send presentation outline to Charmaine. It also gives me a word of the day, a Bible verse of the day, articles, and on AI, which is, my business. And so I start the day with that, which consolidates both my Google Calendar, my Outlook calendar, things I need to pay attention to, who I need to respond to. It pulls my leads, it pulls a number of things together in one place. So it's quite nice. That's Claude Cowork, launched March 2026. That's desktop based. One of the drawbacks is that your computer has to always be on for the things to run. That's as of today. These things continue to change. And then, of course, for those who are into coding, they can leverage Claude Code. So where do you start if you're not a Claude user today? You can visit claude.ai. One of the things I caution is sometimes we type in Claude or ChatGPT in Google, and one of the links that comes up is not really the real Claude or real ChatGPT. Pay attention to that. Make sure it's Claude by Anthropic or ChatGPT by OpenAI. If you're not yet comfortable or ready to pay, always start with the free tier. Validate that it does save you time. So the time that these tools save me give me more than the $20 a month that I pay. Projects, like I mentioned, is a great place to start in terms of putting your things together so you can be more organized. And the best thing to do is to start, because the more that you practice, the more you'll get comfortable with the tools and your learning curve will start to accelerate. So I only had 20 minutes. I'm excited to get your questions. I'd love some free feedback. I have some additional resources that I'm happy to share. Please do feel free to keep in touch with me on my platforms. And if you want to go deeper, I do have a hands-on 6-hour class coming up at the end of June. So don't hesitate to join me there. So thank you. Happy International Consultants Day again. Really appreciate Charmaine for having me, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I want to first thank both speakers, Roy and Nadine, for their deeply insightful views, your knowledge and experience on the subject of AI in practice. I note that the issue of governance, of course, remains one that is equally applicable to this very panel. When I consider the first presentation, the trust gap, the missing architecture of AI innovation, we see that in general, people do not trust AI in several areas, especially regarding data, governance, and security and privacy. The future will not belong solely to organizations that deploy the most advanced AI technologies. It will belong to those that successfully build trust, transparency, and accountability. That's what Roy concluded. Now, when I consider the presentation we just received but from the Dean on Claude, again, we see that the consultants are producing material at accelerated speeds, but the materials are not always original in nature, right? And I must say, I am quite impressed with the outputs that Claude can generate. I have been using ChatGPT quite a lot myself. I like the point that, I want to make the point that that is something we must think about in terms of what she said about note takers. I find that in general, AI note takers take good approximations of what was said, but there is a need for human element with specialized knowledge of the content to provide the real value added. One aspect that has not been addressed in the presentations today is the issue of AI and intellectual property rights. AI does not originate knowledge, right? AI does not own any original productions that we can access on the internet. But we find now that people are merely copy-pasting AI content and calling it theirs. Therefore, AI becoming an enabler of the violation of intellectual property rights with reckless abandon. That's a question I want to put to all the panelists, right? Also, related to this, behind any AI tool, as we know, is the owner of the tool. So ultimately, that owner is becoming the default owner of intellectual property, which is a very worrisome issue for producers of original knowledge. So I want to ask the panel, both panelists, what are your thoughts on what Caribbean leaders need to do in terms of policy measures to ensure that our intellectual property rights are protected in this new era of AI? Where does all this end up? Do we have a scenario in the future whereby the owners of all those AI tools can take our productions and use them at will and outright steal them while we become workers for them? So these are some of the concerns and questions I have, and I want to pose them to Nadine and Roy. Who wants to go first? Maybe Roy?
Nadine can go first. I'll pull up roles and responsibilities after she answers, so that I'll take your question later.
Thanks, Roy. Nadine.
Thank you, Ambassador. It is a valid concern, and we are still in the early days of regulating AI. And the truth is that many of those issues have not been solved. I would say there are, three camps basically in the US and North America. The belief is that we regulate lightly in order to foster innovation. And the litigation process is normally what they rely on to get persons to behave. So if you've been harmed, you sue, and then there are changes. And there have been many lawsuits against big tech in terms of the harms happening to young children and the chatbots. There have been a couple settlements so far, and we see that Florida recently launched a lawsuit specifically against OpenAI around child harm. There are a number of IP-specific lawsuits that are in the courts as well. In the EU, they're much more aggressive in terms of governance and privacy and intellectual property. And so those policies have moved ahead. Many persons believe that they will be harmed from an innovation standpoint. And then in China, I would say they're also innovation. They're also policy heavy, but they're also very good at making sure that their society complies through very harsh penalties. Where we typically end up in the Caribbean is that we sometimes need the level of regulation, but we're so close to the US from a geographic standpoint that we end up getting caught there. I mean, my personal view is, with our cultural capital being so important for the Caribbean and it being normally viewed as intangible, it's one of the areas that all of our governments need to accelerate in terms of various policies and regulations to put in place to protect the IP that we create in the region. There's been some good work done already, but not in specific to the AI realm. And I think that's the next step that we need to take. Good work in terms of protecting IP and joining the Madrid Protocol and things like that. Those things are in place, so we just have to take it to the next level and be very clear about how we're thinking about IP and protecting our citizens within the AI age specifically.
Because before I bring in Roy, the thing is that you will recall, for example, we were negotiating the free trade area of the Americas. We were creating a hemisphere-wide trade agreement with the United States at the lead under the George Bush Jr. And the red line in negotiations was intellectual property rights. The US was of the view it was losing about $10 trillion a year worth of intellectual property, or in not billions, I think, at the time in the Mercosur countries, Brazil, Argentina, and so on. And for them, it was not worth it going ahead allowing wanton production of videos and music, etc., that they were doing in the Mercosur countries at the expense of producers in the United States. So that became the stumbling block, and the talks actually fell apart. I just had a look at the global size of intellectual property rights. It's close to $100 trillion. So it's huge. In fact, it's really where the value of everything we produce resides. Right? And so what's happening in the AI space, not just a question of what Caribbean governments think or feel, it's also what's going to ultimately impact into the United States, Europe, and other countries who are the bigger generators of knowledge. But my concern is the fact that the servers, the databases, where all of this is going, I mean, the beautiful things you said about the templates that you can do with Claude, the question is, where are those housed? Who owns them? Yeah, this is the big question. And can someone turn around down the road in 5-10 years and say, hey, I'm going to charge you an exorbitant tariff, otherwise you don't have access to your own data you produced using Claude? So these are some of the issues of concern I have beyond just simple issues of IP protection.
Okay.
Maybe Roy can weigh in on this?
Yeah. Ambassador, so two things. One, in using these tools, you have to be very intentional about what you do and do not do with the tools. So today, I would have used things that are all publicly available, and I turn off the data training, I use the business platforms. At the end of the day, there still is risk because we don't have sovereign AI in the Caribbean, or because we don't have infrastructure sovereignty, and there are lots of conversations around that. But today, a lot of us put things in Gmail, which is in the cloud, in social media, which is in the cloud. So it's about being intentional about what you do not do in AI. That's important. And I didn't cover that because there are a lot of amazing conversations on governance. This is not a battle that the Caribbean can win on its own. So if we use the example of how the big techs don't contribute to the ICT infrastructure, but reap the benefits in terms of the ads that they come back and sell to us, we're really going to need a lot of global South collaboration to fight those battles in terms of the big tech companies. So in the interim, a lot of it is around responsible deployment and making sure we understand how to best protect our documents, our data, adhere to our data protection laws locally and globally, while some of those additional protections are worked on. It's not all.
Thank you for this, Nadine. I want to hear what Roy's take is on this issue. Roy.
Thank you very much, and wonderful submission, Nadine. Quite enlightening. Yes, you see, I like to describe myself as an ISO evangelist. So I'll come at it from that perspective because they've done so much work, and it's not so different from what we're doing here, because the way ISO does, the reason why it's called a best practice is that it brings the heads that are out there in the fields doing it for real to try to address issues. So in terms of this, the way it's tried to address it is by looking at what it calls supplier relationships. So encouraging that there should be a process established to kind of ensure the use of different kinds of services, especially to try to get responsible development. So you see, right from the ground up, and since we are talking about intellectual property, it has dealt with what it calls personally identifiable information or personal data very well. So they've taken the same steps to now try to do intellectual property, especially around categorization and use in AI systems. They've done it so well in other areas. I remember that this is a management system. So what they're trying to say is, if you are developing or using an AI system and you're using suppliers, the suppliers could be external, contractors, or even internal. It might be permanent staff or temporary staff. But the thing is, they have created the systems, like you rightly said, are not owners in terms of intellectual property. So it helps you define responsibility with different levels of risks and different levels of responsibility, knowing roles and responsibilities. So you define it, you have the context to say this is where we operate, this is the location, and you take into consideration the local laws of wherever it is. And if you're a global entity, then of course you have to consider multiple legislation or multiple regulation or such. Yes, so from a management perspective, it guides you step by step, and that's the approach I would recommend.
All right, thanks for this. I think you were coming back on an issue, Nadine, before I brought Roy in. The last point, no?
No, Roy handled it perfectly, and the framework is quite strong.
Right. You see, because for me, at the end of the day, as a consultant myself, my concern is that anything I have created that finds its way in open source does not become, a target for use by another consultant without I benefiting from it. You understand what I'm saying? It comes down to that. So for me, when I talk about protecting intellectual property, it's not in an abstract sense of just doing that as policy people do that. That will impact you and I as consultants in the space, right? And this is why I think it's an important issue for discussion. Do we have any questions? I'm checking the Q&A. So far, I do not see any questions from Carry Flow. Any questions I've not seen in the chat? Can anyone give me some guidance on this? No questions are pending. Okay, I just saw a note. Okay, I think we have gone well into time and over time. I will just invite the two of you to make a short closing statement before we wrap up this session. So maybe first, Nadine, take it away.
So the takeaway is that we have an opportunity to understand AI so that we can help our clients use it to take advantage of the upside, but also be responsible. And I just want to say that the team has done an amazing job of making sure that both those perspectives are represented today. Mm-hmm. And I'm, really grateful to have had the opportunity to present and invite everyone to stay in touch as we shape this together, so that persons are not harmed in terms of AI, and the global south, including the Caribbean, stands a chance of leapfrogging, if you will, like we did with mobile phones, but better, based on the technological opportunity in front of us.
Thanks, Nadine. Roy, closing remarks?
Yes, just like we all wake up in the morning, we do different activities depending on where we are, where we're going to, what we do. AI is here to stay, and it's going to be with us in the future. Just like we have people that are responsible when they drive, we also have reckless drivers. There are those who don't really care for other road users. But as consultants, our job is to evangelize for safety, for security, and of course, for responsibility and accountability. So let's take that with us as we go. We have help all the way. If you are just starting in your management consulting, there is guidance, there's help of other management consultants. The world of management consulting is so rich in terms of relationship we like to give, especially to our community. So tap into that community, and there will always be someone to guide you. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Roy. As we're about closing, I just want to cite one comment I saw from Alison Gajada. She says her concern is that AI governance can't exist in isolation. It needs to be integrated into the organization's overall governance framework. And I fully agree with this takeaway. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. And I hand over to the Master of Ceremony, Charmaine. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, and I hand over to the Master of Ceremony, Charmaine. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, and I hand over to
Thank you, Ambassador Dr. Claudius Preville, and Director of the Caribbean Institute of Management Consultants. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big round of applause to Roy Biakpara and Nat Dean Matthews Blair for their fantastic presentations. We started out this morning welcoming persons from across the globe and persons who are management consultants, innovators, leaders, and pioneers in their own field. We covered topics from AI governance to building trust in AI, as well as having some practical demonstrations. I really hope that you enjoyed this session, and we look forward to hearing from you more. But I'm going to hand over to our immediate past president, Norma Shorey, to do the formal vote of thanks.
Very much, Charmaine. Well, it is my role to do the last piece, and I really appreciate the participation of all of you who have stayed here for and benefited from this very stimulating conference for International Consultants Day 2026. We have certainly gained tremendous insights on how we can architect or what we can do in architecting the digital tomorrow through AI innovation. And I know that you have learned a lot of things, some of which you knew before and some of which you didn't. So it is my role to give the vote of thanks. I want to start off with this vote of thanks, before the vote of thanks, to say congratulations to Mary Matthews, who won the complimentary registration to the ISO 20700 course, which we will be holding on the guidelines and standards for management consulting services on July 14th and 15th. And those of you who register today will get a 20% discount. Maria was getting it complimentary. And certainly you will receive the flyer for those of you who recognize the value of learning some of the key, gaining some of the key tools which will help your consulting practice. And we will be also having a course for agencies that contract consultants, and that is going to be at the end of June. So if you are interested, you can either put it in the chat or you can contact us directly and we'll give you that information. But the link to the registration is in the chat. So to start off with our thank yous, I want to start by giving special thanks to
Ms. Shori, please check that your mic is unmuted. Hello, Ms. Shori, please check that your mic is unmuted.
No, they just take. So wasn't I?
All right, it sounds like the audio is back, so we will invite Ms. Shori to give us again her closing remarks. We apologize for the disruption in the audio just now, but Ms. Shori, we are back with you. Thanks again. Please go ahead to proceed to begin again your closing remarks.
Hello.
You may proceed. We can hear you now.
So where do we start? It seems as if I was muted in giving the thank yous. So I have to start again. And that is technology and wheel and come again. And I want to thank all of you, part of this very stimulating International Consultants Day conference, where we all learned a tremendous amount about architecting the digital tomorrow through AI innovation. First of all, I want to say congratulations to Maria Matthews, who was the person who won a complimentary registration to the ISO 20000 course, which is one of our signature courses for the guidelines and standards for management consultancy services on July 14th and 15th. The link is in the chat, and if you register today, you're going to get a 20% discount. If not, you will have that registration, and we're going to send out the flyer to you. And let me just say to you that that course is for consultants, but for agencies that procure consultancy services, we are going to have a special introductory course for you at the end of June. So if you know of agencies that may be interested, just let us know or contact us directly or put it in the chat. So first of all, I want to say as part of my thank yous, a special thank you to our title sponsor, the Caribbean Development Bank. And the Caribbean Development Bank has been there supporting CIMC in building the capacity of our consultants. There is Ernst & Young, Fujitsu, and BP Consulting, who have all played a significant role in supporting this ICD Day activities. So those are our sponsors. And let me then start our speakers. Our first speaker was the president of our parent body, CMC Global, and thank you very much, Nick, for the greetings that you brought and highlighting the importance of using AI effectively as consultants. We also thank Ronnie Antonius, our CIMC president, or CIMC president, who highlighted the importance of ethical standards. And then the third speaker in the introductory section was Alison Francis from CDB, who really highlighted the importance of building the capacity of consultants so they could support agencies like the CDB and other development agencies to achieve their objectives. But as we moved into AI, we had an excellent title speaker, Chris Reckord. Thank you so much for really highlighting the effectiveness, the importance of governance in the age of digital transformation, and the importance of consultants asking better questions. Claire Nelson, Dr. Claire Nelson, we thank you for helping us to look at how we can be architects of flourishing features and giving us tips for navigating the challenges of the digital divide. Then we had Raquel Seville, who really what resonated with me is how do we turn just regular data into wisdom using our consulting capacities. Linked to that was Michael Mullings speaking on how on the counter moves that we can use so that AI does not replace consultants. And then Mark Frankson, who spoke on the governance gaps and what we need to do to close those as we understand AI more effectively, whether policy, data, or accountability. Our final speakers in the final segment, thank you, Roy, for helping us to really appreciate how we can bridge the trust gap, and for Nadine Matthews-Blair, the issues of looking at what we need to do to be more effective as AI-powered consultants in delivering more effective insights, using Claude and giving us some practical demonstrations in that regard. So those were our sponsors and our speakers. But I need to say thank you, especially to our planning and organizing committee from the CIMC. First of all, to Charmaine Gravesandy, who was the chair of the organizing committee. Charmaine, you have done a lot of work in days and nights in pulling this all together and coordinating with the others. We have Ronnie Antonius, Claudius Preville, Nsombi Jaja, Alison Gadahar, Stephen Louis, Jean-Francois Sanson, all of whom worked tirelessly to support and promote this ICD Day. We cannot have an ICD Day without Juliet Feliciano, who is right there in person in Barbados, working hard and helping us, has done a lot of the back work in sharing and promoting this. And Kathy Daniel, who provided some tech support in this process. And our key tech people were Danny Tate, were the people from CariFlow who have helped us to navigate this system that we are using, Danny Tate, Mike Campbell, and Brandon Gunning. Thank you also for the PSOJ, the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, and the Jamaica Customer Service Association, who have facilitated us having some in-person activities here in joyous Jamaica. And for the Barbados Coalition of Services Industries, who did the same in Barbados. Thank you all, especially all of you participants across the Caribbean and across the globe, for participating, for sharing with us, and for benefiting from a very thought-provoking, stimulating conference on looking at AI and looking at how we can create a more effective digital tomorrow. Thank you all for your involvement, participation, and presence today. And at that note, I hand back over to my colleague. Well, that's it. Okay, so no handing back over. Thank you all, and we will close off right now. Thank you.
From many distant lands, our forefathers came, some seeking adventure, some bound in chains. Through battles waged and fought, through victory and pain, by test of their courage, our freedom was gained. In homage to those gone before us, the heroes of lands in the sun, we vow to join hands and to focus on building one Caribbean. Raise your voices high, sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong, feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum for Caracom. Though great and diverse be our ethnicities, the bonds that unite us are stronger than these.